Chapter 5730. Even if he becomes the tribulation realm, when in a certain realm, he can breathe life into those scattered tribulations. Once exposed, countless tribulation realms will be swarmed. There is still trading. It is estimated that all the 8 tribulations realm powerhouses would rob him at that time. Unless there is enough strength, there will be orderly trading. But if he really wants to have that strength, why should he sell his life force? It's not better to grab those families directly. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The big wedding tomorrow. Taking advantage of the bright moon tonight, he began to paint. Draw a scene of ancient moon time and space. He draws slowly and seriously. When he returned to the Temple of Qishan that day, he would also give some friends to tell about his experience in Guyu time and space. This painting is a testimony. Finished. It's dawn. In the early morning of the royal capital, the sun was dazzling. In the palace above the clouds, colorful auspicious clouds fell, and a pair of luxurious welcoming teams descended on Wangdu Avenue under the colorful auspicious clouds, floating all the way to the outside of Wufu Gate. On both sides of the street, whether it is ordinary or mortal emperor, they are all looking forward to the color. When we are greeted, a loud voice sounded, and Princess Jinqin, wearing a red robe, stepped on colorful clouds and entered Wu Mansion. It's just that her complexion is a bit embarrassing. Originally wanted to let his elder brother teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, but after his elder brother came back, he ignored her. Ask and say nothing. Ugh. Crossed the threshold. After entering Jian Wushuang's room, her expression only eased slightly. That's the end of the matter. She has no other way. Hard ones are no good, only soft ones. You're here. Jian Wushuang was sitting in front of the bed. He was also in a red robe. From a distance, the two can be regarded as talented women. It's just that Jian Wushuang's white hair is a bit distracting. Jinqin replied softly. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he saw that the other party was talking to him so peacefully. I don't know what trick this princess is playing. He has to be careful. The two looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. It was the first time for the eldest girl to marry. Jian Wushuang married for the first time. Jinqin got married for the first time. After a while, Jinqin took the initiative to speak. I heard that you have been in Outland. Are you still used to returning to your country? Fortunately, I am used to being free. As long as no one threatens me, I can get used to it everywhere. After Jian Wushuang finished, he didn't forget to add, if your Royal Highness is not used to it in the future, you can tell me at any time. Jinqin sneered, but when he thought of asking Jian Wushuang after the big wedding, he replied softly, definitely. The two passed the time with each other. In the welcoming party outside, Mu Chen and Wu Li chatted happily. After checking the time, he was about to go to the palace with Jian Wushuang. It's good time, get up. After Jian Wushuang heard this, they walked out of the house together. There was already a circle of people outside. Each of them is a powerful person in the Yu country. Either it is Tianjiao among the emperors. Congratulations, keep coming. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in return. When he left Wu Mansion, Wu Li stood in front of the door, tears crisscrossing, and holding Mu Chen's hand, complaining, I'm just such a nephew. Brother Mu Chen, you can. Don't worry, you are all your own, and you will definitely not let Wushuang, wise nephew, be wronged. Jian Wushuang was embarrassed listening to him. That is, he had a thick-skinned face. Otherwise, you must find a seam to drill in. My son-in-law, it really wasn't so good. At least be thick-skinned. Jinqin stepped on the colorful, auspicious clouds and brought Jian Wushuang into Longhu. Following everyone's gaze, the welcoming team flew to the palace. It was the first time that Jian Wushuang took a seat in Longhu, and he also enjoyed the luxury of the emperor. But when he looked at Longhu, he felt a strong breath, directly surpassing the welcoming team. Several terrifying auras are all around the 6 tribulations realm. The Comer is not good. Jian Wushuang looked out through the curtains. The welcoming party was blocked by a group of people. 3 people stand upright. A woman in a red robe stood in the first place, with a red mark on the center of her eyebrows. That represents the flame god. Not only the people of Shurga knew it, but the strong people of the entire Gumu continent knew it. 9 heavens and 10 earths are very loud. After all, it was a totem mark left by a special life in the 8 tribulations realm. Except for the Lord of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, the flame god is invincible. The Lord of the universe will become the dispersal tribulation because of the failure to cross the tribulation. But the flame gods are born without disaster. No one dared to offend this superexistence. Even the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm did not want to offend. Once offended, you must get rid of it. Otherwise, when you fail to cross the robbery that day and get hit by someone, you will have no chance. God Hui! Jian Wushuang frowned. He hadn't heard of the relationship between the Yu royal family and the flame gods, and the other party is not good. It looks like it's not here to congratulate. On the contrary, it seems to be a smashing place. Isn't you going to grab kiss? Jian Wushuang frowned. He was robbed, and he also robbed others. It can be said that he has experienced a lot. But this kind of thing can't let him come across every time. Jian Wushuang looked at the Princess Jinqin, thinking that this time it was because of the other party. The flame is the patron saint of the Stone Kingdom. Jinqin has a relationship with Shi Guogua. It must be the cause of the other party. Jian Wushuang recognized it in his heart. Princess Jin Chen's eyes flickered, but she hoped that Shurjiu would bring someone to grab her. But there is no such possibility. The ancestor of the royal family has already greeted the Shi family. The matter of Shurjiu has been settled privately. As for the Hui, she also knows a lot. Right now, I don't know him. And looking at the breath is also an emperor. The 2 black robe elders behind him were all 6 calamity realm powerhouses. Divine power leaked, full of pressure. Among the welcoming team, the strongest is nothing but Elder Muqin in the half-step 4 tribulations realm. At this moment, he felt those 2 breaths of 6 tribulations realm, and his expression sank. When he saw that woman, he turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang in Long Huzhong. A woman of the Hui stood in front of her. It looks like it's not because of Jinqin, but Jian Wushuang. This time it really made him guess right. Without waiting for him to come forward and interrogate, the woman in red at the head said, "Jian Wushuang, you are so laid back." After hearing these words, there was a flame in the eyes of Elder Muqin. He was worried that the Shi family would make trouble. After being dealt with by the ancestors, I thought that there was no worries about the future. As a result, Jian Wushuang's trouble came up again. Princess Jinqin in Long was a little excited in her heart. If it was Jian Wushuang, wouldn't it be that she didn't need to marry Jian Wushuang? After Jian Wushuang heard these words, he panicked a little. Stand up directly. He opened the curtain and walked out of Longhu. He was dressed in a red robe with white hair. When seeing this face, the corner of the Hoi's mouth rose, and she guessed it was indeed Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5731. The power of life exposed the claws directly tore the somewhat unlucky Lord of the Universe to pieces. The source was condensed, and before the physical body was recovered, the humanoid beast directly grew its mouth and spit out a mouthful of venom. Along with the venom, there was a terrifying black column of air. Qing Tian couldn't take care of it anymore. Seeing that the Lord of the Universe was about to fall, he hurriedly shot, kicked it out, and kicked the alien beast directly into the wall of the cabin. The alien beast wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of killing intent. After feeling that the strength of the alien beast was not too strong, Qing Tian became more courageous and made everyone retreat, want to deal with it alone. Inside the cabin on the ground floor, baby Dylan and Dylan stared at the sky with wide eyes as so much, so that they all forgot to enhance the divine power of alien beasts. As a result, the alien beast was beaten violently by Taoist Qing Tian, who who had recovered to the peak, erupted with more than 400,000 divine powers. While the divine power of that alien beast was less than 400,000 in the hands of Qingtian, he has been ravaged all the time. Originally, he was arranged to come in to force these people to leak the breath of death, as a result. Now he himself has begun to fear death, that it's just this power of death that Baby D doesn't like at all, because he has been staring at Jian Wushuang a quarter of an hour. Dylan exclaimed. Babidi took out a white jade pot in the shape of a kettle from behind him. Is there any extra life? Dylan shook his head after hearing this. Go to the third cabin, drain all the scattered tribulations sent by the Eternal Clan, and then inject it into that kid's treatment cabin. Babidi ordered. If it's not enough, just drain these Cosmos Masters. Dylan was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to question. He just nodded. But Baby D was poking his hands excitedly, pacing in front of the sky. The more vitality, the stronger the power of death. I never thought that such a miraculous thing would happen, that a weak master of the universe can actually swallow so much vitality. So how strong should the power of death burst out when the opponent is about to die? Babidi is looking forward to it. Originally, according to his plan, even if it was ahead of schedule, it would take a long time to guide a large number of strong people to. Come, now it is possible to do it in one step, from Jian Wushuang alone. Enough power of death is obtained, and when he arrives at what he will do with the power of death, he will not know. In the treatment warehouse, Jian Wushuang does not care about the supplement of the power of life. Instead, he feels that the power of life is getting weaker and weaker. He is pure. He plans to go out. After watching Qingtian beat that alien beast, he feels that there is no danger. If there is any danger, he will face it in the treatment chamber. The life force in the treatment chamber is getting stronger and stronger. Weak, he didn't even bother to transform. Not only was he wasting time, but every time he transformed, it would consume a certain amount of his source. In this way, not only did he not make money, but he also lost money. Qingtian in the cabin also became stronger and stronger, but he couldn't kill the alien beast. He also saw that the strength of this alien beast should not weaken him. But it just didn't fully explode. This made him very puzzled. Obviously has a very powerful divine power, but does not explode. What is this for? As for Jian Wushuang, he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. He just thought Jian Wushuang was a little weird. When he was on the upper floor, he was very calm in the face of death, and he didn't earn or take it. It formed a sharp contrast with the outside world. It's more like coming to visit. Now in the treatment cabin, I can't come out, and I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you want to break through your own origin with vitality. Qingtian thought it was a little funny, but the next moment he couldn't smile. Dylan! When Qingtian saw the other party, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, exuding fear from the bottom of his heart. It was the blast from the outside world that made him already have a shadow in his heart. Dylan didn't even look at Taoist Qingtian. Instead, he walked towards the alien beast powerhouse of the Eternal Family. When the other party saw Dylan, his expression was similar to that of Taoist Qingtian. It seems that Dylan has ravaged it. Lord Dylan! The beast kept stepping back, with a bad premonition in his heart, especially when I saw the jade pot in the opponent's hand. I couldn't help but swallow. Jian Wushuang, who was in the treatment room, also saw Dylan's appearance. He originally thought of appearing directly, but after seeing the other party, he suddenly changed his mind. It is comfortable to stay in the short and thin treatment room. Don't even go out. Trash! Dylan glanced at the alien beast and grabbed the opponent's head directly from the depth of his arm, so fast that people couldn't see the movement clearly. The alien beast was caught, unable to move. Dylan took the jade pot and inserted it directly into the opponent's chest. Then he saw a green liquid emerge from the opponent's body and enter the jade pot. This scene made Qingtian and others keep retreating. What is taken away is the vitality. The powerhouse of the Eternal Family is Sanjia. Once it is drained of life, it also means death. They never imagined that Dylan would even attack himself in a few breaths. The vitality of a 4 Tribulation Realm powerhouse was completely extracted, and there was nothing left. The flesh has become extremely shriveled. Looking at the alien beast's empty eyes and lifeless flesh, They are all clear as well as fallen. Dylan shook the jade pot and felt that the source of life inside was full. So he took the jade pot and walked straight to Jian Wushuang's treatment room. What is he going to do? Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. When he wanted to destroy the treatment chamber and go out, he found that his whole body was bound, and he couldn't move at all. Eternal change! Jian Wushuang burst out with all his strength, and the blue arrogance rose up, directly breaking the restriction. Boom! The treatment chamber was completely destroyed, and Jian Wushuang evaporated all the remaining liquid on his body, staring at Dylan. Seeing that Jian Wushuang suddenly ran wild, Dylan was stunned for a moment and said, "It seems that you have recovered." He lowered his head and glanced at the jade pot in his hand again. You, reading www.sonicmtl.com, felt a little wasteful. After all, it is the lifeblood of a powerhouse in the Four Tribulations realm. Under everyone's attention, Dylan inserted the jade pot into his body. But this time, instead of devouring his own vitality, he absorbed the vitality in the jade pot. Such a huge vitality, all absorbed into the body. Dylan's strength skyrocketed again. With the body of scattered robbery, it is comparable to the half-step 6 robbery realm. It's time for you to see what fear is. Dylan threw away the jade pot and shot directly. The violent divine power is suffocating. The rest did see fear. But Jian Wushuang did not move. He now understands that these people did not intend to kill them at all, but wanted to make them despair. Chapter 5732. This is also normal. Jian Wushuang is himself a god-defying emperor. He is the emperor of the same level. Many people are discussing below. Jian Wushuang turned a deaf ear. What are you going to do? Don't take it too seriously. Just want to see how much you have improved these days. It seems to be a bit stronger than before, but this strength is not enough. The supernatural power of 260,000 yuan was said to be worthless by Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled, secretly cursing in my heart. She is afraid that she has forgotten the fear of being dominated by extinction. At the beginning, Mi Bing possessed Dongjun's bones, exploded with 250,000 times of divine power, and was able to suppress her at will. How long has it been since now? Can I feel so arrogant if I have added some divine power? Good. Jian Wushuang agreed. Since we have to learn from each other, then let the other party know what it means there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the person. And also, the origin of time and space is the strongest. Jian Wushuang put away the aura of supernatural power on his body. He wants to use the origin of his hometown to defeat Fan Tianfeng. Let her understand. Don't forget your roots. N. Fan Tianfeng frowned as he watched Jian Wushuang put away his supernatural aura and said, "Why, you're scared." Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile and said, "If I'm afraid, I won't leave there for the rest of my life." Hum. Blue. Boom. The popping of space is deafening. Today is the day of the wedding, and it cannot be delayed. Since he chose to use the source to deal with Fan Tianfeng, he would not keep his hands. Eternal change. Surrounded by a blue arc, the aura on Jian Wushuang's body turned blue. Hair, clothes, and eyebrows are all blue. It also represents the power of the starry sky. This turmoil, people in the palace couldn't help but walk out. The female emperor led the officials, looking at Jian Wushuang and Fan Tianfeng. The junior's hands, she couldn't intervene. If those 2 6 tribulations, realm, dared to do it, she has to end. Although those two are both in the 6 tribulations realm, not the master of the universe. She is the master of the half-step 6 tribulations realm universe, and the palace is her dojo. You have to die as many as you come, unless it is the 7 tribulations realm. Otherwise, she is invincible. Naturally, don't panic. When she felt the breath of Jian Wushuang's body, there was a color in her cold eyes. This breath also appeared when dealing with Shurjiu. Only this time, it is much stronger than before. He has a secret. The Empress sighed in her heart. She thought Jian Wushuang was a caged bird of the royal family, but now she understands. Yu country is a small place, and Jian Wushuang can't be trapped. Entrance is just a cover. She understands this. But at first, I just felt that Jian Wushuang was an emperor and couldn't overcome any big storms. It's just that she is shaken now, knowing that Jian Wushuang will definitely rise up in the future, a character who can't be restrained for 9 days and 10 places. Recruiting Jian Wushuang might be a wrong choice. If she knew that Jian Wushuang had harmed many people, she would have regretted her intestines. Fan Tianfeng felt Jian Wushuang's changes and was not surprised. She knows Jian Wushuang's whole cards. Draw your sword. You do not deserve. Jian Wushuang shot instantly, his figure resembling the thunder in the space. So quickly people can't see the shadow. Even the Lord of the Universe can't see clearly. Elder Mu Qin couldn't believe Jian Wushuang's speed even more. Rubbing his eyes, when he looked at Jian Wushuang again, he could only see some afterimages. The reason why Fan Tianfeng has confidence is that his strength is naturally not weak. The supernatural power of 280,000 soared to 300,000. Fighting against Jian Wushuang several times, he didn't even fall behind. The eldest prince, who followed the empress, sighed, opened his mouth slightly. 3 days ago, he thought Jian Wushuang had exerted his full strength. The result is that he was playing tricks at the beginning. As long as Jian Wushuang is in this state, he only needs a look in his eyes to defeat him. Boom! Jian Wushuang had the upper hand, and the sharp fist smashed the space. If not for the formation of the royal capital and the maintenance of the female emperor, this place has long since become like an eternal kingdom. Although he could not destroy the entire eternal kingdom, but ruining a royal capital is really not a problem. The combat power he exploded has reached the 4 tribulations realm, and it's the fighting power of the Lord of the Universe. The Lord of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm is only his strength. The Princess Jin Chen on Long Hug looked at the bursts of blue arrogance in the sky with her head hooked, knowing that it was produced every time Jian Wushuang played against each other, but just can't see how Jian Wushuang looked when he shot. Fear. He is so strong. Jin Chen was speechless. When Jian Wushuang defeated Shurjiu, she only felt that Shurjiu was out of luck. After reaching the robbery realm, he could still catch up with Jian Wushuang. But now that he has witnessed Jian Wushuang's real combat power, even if Shurjiu became the Lord of the Universe, he was not Jian Wushuang's opponent. She had to admit this. Wu, Li, and others in the royal capital also looked up. He was even more shocked. Jian Wushuang's strength has surpassed him. Some can't hold it anymore. Fortunately, he also has a whole card. Otherwise, he would have to consider running away. If you continue to cooperate with Jian Wushuang, he will kill the donkey that day, and he has no choice. The entire royal capital and even the entire high level of the country of Vietnam are paying attention to this battle. Some people think that the royal family has picked up the treasure, actually discovered Jian Wushuang, such a peerless arrogant. Some people think long-term. I think the royal family might be afraid of Jian Wushuang. The strength that Jian Wushuang erupted was really too shocking. Jian Wushuang in the blue arrogance just used his aura to stun Fan Tianfeng back. Fan Tianfeng, who was also in the flames, had a somewhat unstable breath. Just a series of fights let her see the gap. Jian Wushuang was so strong that it was indeed beyond her imagination. Impossible! How can your strength be so strong? Fan Tianfeng forcibly burned his divine power and rushed again. She didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could maintain this state for a long time. Definitely burn the source and fight her desperately. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, deep, his eyes cold. A beam of light burst into the finger. The blue air column burst out and instantly arrived in front of Fan Tianfeng. Without waiting for her to think about it, Jian Wushuang's figure rushed along the air column he just hit. His speed is faster than his own breath. Fan Tianfeng has nowhere to hide. Dodge the attack. Can't avoid Jian Wushuang. His Royal Highness, don't panic. The 2-6 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, who were also watching the battle shot at this time. They shocked Jian Wushuang's terrifying combat power. But I will never forget my mission. Protect Fan Tianfeng. This is Ho-Yi, the most proud of flame divine power. If they fall, neither of them will survive. Although Jian Wushuang was strong, he had no way to deal with the 6 Tribulations realm. Can only stop the figure. At this moment, the Empress also personally ended. 3,000 red sleeves flew out of the palace, cover the sky and the sun. The breath of horror suddenly fell. The 2-6 Tribulations realm experts simultaneously protected Fan Tianfeng and turned to look outside the palace gate. Where the Empress is standing, the Faxiang rises to the sky. Shenghui Nebula. The female emperor snorted coldly. Chapter 57:33. A huge nebula form appeared, condensing the appearance of the Empress. The red sleeve envelopes the nebula image. A palm shot directly suppressed the 2-6 Tribulations realm. Fan Tianfeng had nothing to do, standing still at a loss. With a stroke of her hand, the female emperor directly threw the 2-6 Tribulation realm powerhouses out of the territory of Yu Kingdom. Go on. The Empress stretched out her hand, motioning for the two to continue fighting. Jian Wushuang swallowed, wondering if he should make another move. However, since I spoke, he can't violate it either. Fan Tianfeng's expression was a little flustered, and he hurriedly transmitted the sound to the ancestor. At the same time shot again. Flame body. A fire demon that seemed to have crawled out of purgatory descended. That is the blood that Fan Tianfeng is proud of. The blood of the flame gods. Fan Tianfeng, the strongest Hoi. But in Jian Wushuang's eyes it was vulnerable. Condensing the power of the stars with both hands. An invisible sword appeared in his hand. You are going to lose. Jian Wushuang said he wouldn't draw his sword, but he didn't say he wouldn't use it. When he condensed the invisible sword, the sword of the starry sky was hung in the royal capital. Billions of sword intent filled the sky. They rushed towards Fan Tianfeng together. At this moment, even if the opponent is struggling, it is useless to burn divine power. Jian Wushuang made billions of swords. The gathered starry sky power, if converted into divine power, would definitely exceed 500,000. He really wants to draw the sword. He doesn't know how strong he will be. Fan Tianfeng was really panicked this time. Retreating constantly, the flame behind her stood in front of her. But this is just a sign. Can't stop it at all. When billions of sword intents rushed in, they were instantly fragmented. I admit defeat. Fan Tianfeng was completely desperate without the resistance of the law. If you really want to resist, she will die. Hundreds of thousands of sword intent gathered into an invisible sword, suspended between Fan Tianfeng's neck. At the same time, the distant sky began to burn, and it turned into a sea of flames in just a moment. In this sea of flames, there is a human face hidden. Flame gods. The ancient wood continent is the strongest in contemporary times. The infinite flame contained in his pair of eyes can kill the 7 Tribulations realm. If you really want to attack Jian Wushuang, I am afraid that the entire Yu country will be destroyed in an instant. However, he saw that Jian Wushuang's cause and effect were deeply entangled with Fan Tianfeng, and he did not directly take action. Empress Fengchen's eyelids throbbed, and her dojo collapsed in an instant. She knew that it was the flame who had arrived. Even in his own dojo, it is absolutely unstoppable. Let's go. The flame god made a dull voice. Jian Wushuang did not intend to kill him, knowing that the flame would not attack him. But being so watched, there is still a great sense of oppression, the same as that Qi Jiuxiao. However, the original Qi Jiuxiao didn't use his full strength. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be stronger than the flame god. Jian Wushuang, we will see each other again. Fan Tianfeng gritted his teeth, turned around and walked through the flame space, and left Yu Kingdom. The flame space in the sky also disappeared. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression just now was too strong. Princess Jinqin, who was sitting in the middle of Longhua, looked at Jian Wushuang's back with fear in her eyes. Only now did she understand that the mysterious powerhouse she met in Baihua Mountain was Jian Wushuang, Emperor, 5 Tribulations Realm. The strength that Jian Wushuang had just exploded definitely had the combat power of the 4 Tribulations Realm. The master of the universe who can fight for the 4 Tribulations Realm. Powerful. Some people feel incredible. Guyu time and space. The first emperor can't be overstated, right? Many people were amazed. Jian Wushuang condensed his aura, and he also felt that he had just taken a shot that seemed a bit ostentatious. Accidentally, the burst of strength was too strong. The main thing is that there is a breath in my heart. Fan Tianfeng's own strength is not very good, but he uses his background to suppress him. This makes him very upset. Everyone is an emperor from the Temple of Qixin, came to Guyu time and space to save the Temple of Qi, instead of fighting background here. Meaningless. Call! Jian Wushuang glanced around and returned to Long Hu. The big wedding has to go on. Mu Qin looked back at Long Hu, stabilized his emotions, and continued to walk towards the palace. This time the Empress was standing outside the palace, waiting for the procession to welcome her. At the same time, several 6 Tribulation Realm powerhouses arrived. The breath just now, as well as several ancestors in the royal family, were alarmed. Have you found out the details of this son? A simple voice came into the ears of the Empress. The arrogant Empress also moved her expression when she heard this voice, and then respectfully said, Ancestor, I have checked. The affairs of Outland are all arranged by Wu Li, not from the background of Jian Wushuang. Then, what about the real background? Can't find out. The Empress said truthfully, he appeared out of thin air. Thanks. It seems that the more my country is in a disaster. When she heard what the ancestor said, the Empress was stunned, then reacted. The country of Yu is not a powerful country among the 16 countries. The super dynasty of the Eternal Kingdom has not been destroyed for a few years. Today's Guma continent, undercurrents are surging. Everything must be careful. If Jian Wushuang sneaked into Yu country, it was for the belongings of Yu country. Both the Empress and the ancestors didn't believe it, because Jian Wushuang's strength surpassed their cognition. It will never be because of Yu Gua. It might be to hide your identity and do some big thing. What they fear is that they will be implicated in the country of Vietnam at that time. But now, Jian Wushuang has been married. There is no way to return it. Can only pray that Jian Wushuang's future will help Yu Gua instead of destroying Yu Gua. Looking at Jian Wushuang's passing figure, this idea was suppressed by her again. She didn't think Jian Wushuang would help Yu Gua. It's good time. After the sharp voice sounded, many guests all took their seats. The ceremony was extremely grand. It lasted from morning to night. Many powerhouses in the hall were discussing Jian Wushuang's strength. On the surface, Yu Gua picked up the treasure, but secretly waited to see the joke. Such a powerful son-in-law was not as cheap as the boy from Shirgua. After Jian Wushuang became the Tribulation Realm, it would not take long for him to become the master of the universe in the 5 Tribulations Realm. By then, how could it be subjugated to others? The country of Vietnam will also change. But Wu Li is the biggest winner of the game. Regardless of Jian Wushuang's status, the status of the Wu family has risen in real terms. But Wu Li couldn't be happy from the bottom of his heart. Such a powerful Jian Wushuang is not something he can handle. When the time comes to open Wanlu, there will be some trouble. Although he also has a whole card that existence cannot appear at will. This big wedding comes down. The audience is happy. However, no one in the Yu royal family and Wu family can be happy. Shisan, the night is late. Jian Wushuang was sitting on the bed alone, while Princess Jin Chen was sending guests away. When I returned to the east, it was late at night. Chapter 57:34. Big husband, born in heaven and earth. How can you live on this bed? When Princess Jin Chen walked into the bridal chamber, Jian Wushuang suddenly stood up. His eyes are firm and clear, and his feet are strong, step by step close to each other. You. Princess Jin Chen was a little frightened. She was taken aback for a moment, her purple eyes staring at Jian Wushuang. The feat of Jian Wushuang by Tian Tian really restrained her. Now she also understood that it was not the mysterious 5 tribulations realm at Baihua Mountain, but Jian Wushuang in front of her. Although there is still some distance from the 5 tribulations realm, but the current Jian Wushuang could have the combat power of the 4 tribulations realm. This time Mingmian defeated Tianjiao, the foremost bloodline of the ancient Wood continent, with the displayed combat power. It is already the number 1 in Guyu time and space in contemporary times. Even counting upwards, none of the Emperor Tianjiao of the reincarnation era was as defying as Jian Wushuang. What are you doing? Jin Chen took a step back unconsciously. No matter how powerful Jian Wushuang is, there is only one person in her heart. This will not change. Jian Wushuang approached step by step and stood in front of Jin Chen. After staying for a while, Chang Chang said forcefully, "Let me." Princess Jin Chen was a little puzzled, but took a step back as she did. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to walk out of the vicinity of the bed and came to a corner. Said it is a corner, but the palace prepared by the royal family for them is not bad. Even in the corner, there is a futon. Those who didn't know thought it was specially prepared for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang directly sat cross-legged on the futon, his eyes closed. "Don't worry, I won't touch you." "Humph, if you are acquainted, I have your handle. You'd better not do anything out of the ordinary." Princess Jin Chen held her head up. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard the word handle, and instantly stood up, his eyes opened, his murderous aura leaked out. The Princess Jin Chen, who was still a little proud just now, lowered her head held high when she saw Jian Wushuang's appearance. "Don't offend me, I know why you want to join the royal family. Isn't it because of the qualifications of the sacred society?" Jin Chen said, a little emboldened. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the matter of taking refuge in Bobby was known. Now that the Holy Assembly qualification token has been obtained, there is nothing to hide. This time I entered the custody. It was nothing more than a clever setting up of a name. If you simply provoke the Tianjiao of the major families to show your own strength, it is likely to be abandoned halfway. Come to Guyu time and space. Every time he broke out, it seemed to be for himself, but every time he fought for others. On the bright side, Zhang Shizhou and Fan Tianfeng have exaggerated backgrounds. Secretly, he first showed his prominence in Baihua Mountain, and then broke out in the Eternal Realm. They are all famous teachers. You can't. Just provoke others to explode your strength for no reason, and then wait for the Gummo faction or some superpowers to draw in. This will not only fail to be cultivated, but will lose your life instead. The trip to the human world in the Temple of Qishan made him see the terrible family. It's okay to be a dog. Pride of the day. It simply doesn't work. Even now, it is because of Wu Li's identity that he can enter this upper world. Sometimes strength is not absolute. For example, he is just an emperor after all. Even if the fighting power of the 4 tribulations realm erupts, it is still the emperor. If there is no background, it is worthless, and it will be squeezed out by those superpowers or even beheaded. After all, this world has so many resources, and if one power rises, there will be one more rival. Jian Wushuang knew this well. That's why Wu Li's plan was carried out step by step. This also shows that Wu Li was the mastermind of this game, and even understood the chains of this world early. If you want the family to rise to another level, then there must be a peerless powerhouse. He pressed the treasure on himself. There are only a few tribulation realms in the Wu family, and they are not as talented as him. The family background is also very shallow. After all, resources are still limited. If you want to get more resources, you must become stronger. So he dared to peer into Wan Lu Shenmu. It was his luck that he got the wooden sword, with the vitality power matching the 10,000 willow sacred tree above it. Most likely, it is a treasure flowing out of Wan Lu Shenmu. This is an opportunity and a catastrophe. Grasp it and make it to the sky in one step. It is not a problem to become the master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm. Maybe it can go further and create a superpower. If you are not sure, then run away. This is nothing. Anyway, the Wu family now ranks in the top 10 in a small dynasty like you. Looking at the ancient Wood continent, it can only be regarded as a force with a name but no surname. He doesn't like that little resource either. Jian Wushuang's thoughts were not as simple as Wu Li's. In the face of it, he wants to open Wanlu and secretly cooperates with Bobby D. His goal is not only the ancient Wood continent, but even to be involved in the entire Guyu time-space dispute. As long as there are disputes, there will be opportunities. If Emperor Bobby can really overturn Guyu time and space, then he can also get a lot of benefits. Bao can't press them all together. He wants a long layout. The current strength is still too weak. You need to take risks if you want to rise. Following Bobby D is an adventure, and opening Wanlu is also an adventure. As long as one succeeds, he can fly into the sky, return to the temple of forbidding God to solve the extinction. He can directly disregard all time and space. At that time, he would have the real strength and patience to find Teacher Xian Yi and take a look at the future world. He now needs to struggle constantly. Yu Kingdom, Southeast China. A white figure, like a stream of light, broke through the space and flew at an extremely fast speed. On his body, there is still the breath of Jian Wushuang. This person, it was Jian Wushuang who refined the chess pieces of the font size and injected them into the life-recovering 5 Tribulations realm powerhouse. Zibai, the day before the wedding, Jian Wushuang released Zibai out and waited near the capital for the grand marriage of the future female emperor of the Yu Kingdom. Many powerful people will come, and there will be some in the 5 Tribulations realm. Not afraid of being discovered, Zibai waited outside. He took the opportunity to select prey. Among the top 10 families, the top 3 are all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses. That was the superpower that existed before the establishment of Yu Kingdom. Although it is now dilapidated, there is no master of the universe who has come to the 5 Tribulations realm. But there are still old monsters in the Dispersion realm in the family. Of these 3 families, Jian Wushuang would naturally not take risks. The remaining 10 families, he also looks down on forces like the Wu family at the end. Finally placed in the 5th-ranked family, Chen family. Rise several times ago, the master of the universe, whose family has gone out of the 5 Tribulations realm, has also opened a 5-star sect. The Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm fell, and the sect was also destroyed, turned into clan power. Several cosmic masters of the 4 Tribulation realm have appeared one after another, and all of them have failed to overcome the tribulation and become the dispersing Tribulation realm. Chapter 57:35. Today, the strongest in the family is a universe, lord of the 3 Tribulations realm, and his strength is not as good as Wu Li. Even in one's own universe, the combat power of the ordinary 4 Tribulations realm can burst out. If it were not for the glory of the ancestors, it would not rank 5th. There are also a few old-fashioned scattered robbers in the family, all of which are in the 4th Tribulation realm. It's a good choice. Jian Wushuang's wisp of consciousness turned into an erratic human form, moving forward in Zibai's light and shadow. Go to the universe of the Lord of the Universe first. Yes. Zibai didn't hesitate. His figure quickly rose up, and he walked directly toward the universe conceived in the void. an elliptical universe like stars in the void. If you look closely, you can see the internal structure. There are only more than 1,000 black holes. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Too weak. This kind of universe is in the eyes of a time-space emperor like him. Works that spoil the space. Not worthy to survive. Kill it. Yes. Zibai turned into light and shadow and directly pierced the universe. The origin of everything that envelopes the universe collapses in an instant, as well as the formations are constantly being corroded. This is a precursor to the destruction of the source. Who? An angry sound rang, and then angrily said, "Dare to break into my universe, you are looking for death!" Zibai stopped, and after looking at the figure inside the origin of the universe, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. There is also an extra folding fan in his hand, lightly dancing. Seems to be partial sun. However, in the next moment he became an demon who destroys the world. His figure soared to hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, his whole body exuding colored light and shadow, and without waiting for the other party's reaction, his punch hit the origin of the universe. With just one punch, the black hole that carries the universe collapsed 100. The Lord of the Universe went from furious to horror in an instant. One punch destroyed 100 black holes. Now the universe has been hit hard. With a few more punches, I'm afraid his universe will be destroyed directly. Ancestor, save me. As soon as a cry of wailing sounded, it was completely dimmed. On a certain continent in the southeastern China, the Chun family sounded the alarm for genocide. What happened? What happened? Look, Patriarch's universe is collapsing. With the noisy voice sounded, people kept breaking out and flying into the sky. The universe of the contemporary patriarch is just above the clan land, and they can see it when they look up. A star keeps flickering. This is the signal before the collapse. Several, 4 Tribulation Realm powerhouses in the depths of the clan gathered together in an instant. The law bodies of the Lord of the 3 Tribulations Realm Cosmos was also there. Run away. Go to the capital. After Chun family patriarch said these words, the law body shattered. This also represents the fall of the deity. The ancestors' eyes throbbed, but they were all people who had experienced big winds and waves, and they reacted in an instant. People in the family cannot be saved, but that is not important. The Tianjiao in the family is either in Guma sect or Qinyin sect. There are also some strong players out there. Those who stayed in the family were some junior emperors or immortals, and some mortals. These can be cultivated, as long as the robbery is still alive. If the family treasure is still there, they will be able to rise again. A few people arrived at the treasure house in an instant. At the same time, a huge teleportation formation rose up. This teleportation array also carries a treasure trove. The treasure house is a single cave world. You can't enter at all at ordinary times. Once the family enters the moment of crisis, the treasure house will open the teleportation array and fall into the turbulence of moments. Only the few talents appointed by the family can sense where they are. Around the treasure house, there are 4 huge pillars. The 4 ancestors, one by one, sat cross-legged on the top. They don't need to manipulate the big formation, only need to guard the big formation. Even if you fall, you must make sure to leave the teleportation treasure house. The rest of the robbery realm in the family can escape if they can, and ordinary emperors don't care about it. The talented seedlings are scattered and fleeing. All this is in order. It seems to have been rehearsed. The response is extremely fast. Even Jian Wushuang, who had just arrived here, was a bit stunned. Look at it at a glance. The Chun family's nest was scattered all over. But these scattered powerhouses are no different from waste. Poor and weak. He didn't even feel a catastrophe. Apparently already ran away. Jian Wushuang felt a faint atmosphere of space. If it is an ordinary strong person, it is difficult to feel even in the tribulation realm. But Jian Wushuang is an emperor of time and space, and he is very sensitive to this kind of induction. Not good. That breath is a space-time teleportation array. Jian Wushuang took out a mask at will and put it on. The aura on his body was restrained and contracted, and then directly squeezed a seed. That is the power of the starry sky condensed from the deity. The blue power rose instantly. Jian Wushuang slammed into the big formation. At the same time, he also transmitted the location of this place to Zibai. This teleportation array must be destroyed. Otherwise, this time he would come in vain. Only at this time Zibai was still scraping away the treasures in the universe. If he doesn't stop it, he will have to leave when he is discovered by the strong man in the nearby universe. Don't worry, come to the Qin family first. Jian Wushuang directly transmitted the voice command. This formation is 10 times stronger than the one in the universe. He can guess even with his, and this treasure trove is set in it. Ha ha ha. Jian Wu appeared invisibly in his hands. At this time, he was not afraid of other suspicion, and he went straight out with all his strength. This sword shook the entire formation. It was blocked for a moment. The 4 ancestors glared. The power of that sword just now was almost equal to the strength of the ordinary 4 tribulations realm, similar to the 4 of them. It'll drag him. A strong man with the most withered face stood up. He is the oldest 4 tribulations realm in the family. It is also the 4 tribulations realm with the least vitality. It's time for him to dedicate himself. Gong Song, great-grandfather. The 4 tribulation realm powerhouses, who also have the title of ancestor, bowed one after another at this moment. Regarding seniority, they all have to call their great-grandfather. This powerful man in the dispersion realm had followed the existence of the master of the 5 tribulation realm universe, who opened the family. Now they are facing downfall. Dare to attack my Qin family is not afraid of the royal family. The thin old man, even at this moment, did not forget to delay time. Jian Wushuang didn't talk nonsense at all, constantly attacking the formation. It doesn't look at each other. Although the opponent has the combat power of the 4 tribulations realm, it is hard to say how long they can fight. Maybe there are no 2 tricks. All vitality will be lost, and only the flesh will be left. Jian Wushuang dodged at will, avoiding a punch from the old man, hold the Excalibur upside down and leave precariously, changed a place, and continued to destroy the big formation. Said to destroy, in fact, it is interference. His current combat power is not enough to destroy this large formation. Even his deity can't do it. Chapter 5736. This great formation was definitely created for the family at the peak of the 5 tribulations realm universe master. Unless it is a superpower in the 5 tribulations realm, it can't be broken at all. Zibai's transformed and demon directly descended on the sacred mountain above the teleportation array. Jian Wu was overjoyed and said loudly, "Despite everything, I broke him." After hearing these words, Zibai's eyes condensed, directly burning his own origin. He is also considered to be in the scattered tribulation realm, and even worse than the scattered tribulation realm. As long as the dispersal tribulation realm does not take action, it can still slowly gather vitality. Unless it has existed for too long, and even the seeds of life have disappeared, it will wither completely. Zibai is different. He was the one who had died. Even if he was revived, it was only his strength for a moment. Once the source is burned out, it will fall completely. And Zibai, after burning the origin, possesses the power of the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations realm. For arms grew from behind, with 3 ugly heads. The strongest magical powers in ancient times, the pinnacle of the heavens and the earth. Directly displayed 3 times the combat power. The entire formation was torn apart. Jian Wu was overjoyed. He didn't expect it would break so easily. Everything is done in a few breaths. The ancestors of the Qin family looked dizzy and completely lost their confidence. I want you to die." The 4 ancestors gave their lives one after another, exhausting the last bit of life in his whole body and the little blood left when he was young. He chose to blue himself up. To Dai Mingji, the family is over, and these old guys are useless alive. Crucially, Jian Wushuang would not let them live either. At the moment when they blew themselves up, Zibai also exhausted his whole Buddhist origin, giving Jian Wushuang the terrifying power of nirvana at the moment. Boom! The huge demon fell. Together with the flesh began to break. The teleportation array was also destroyed. Now only a piece of mutilation remains. And Jian Wushuang's law body. Wow! Behind Jian Wushuang, a black hole appeared, directly collecting all the wreckage into the black hole behind it. Turning around and taking a look, Jian Wushuang took out a source of destruction from the mustard seeds in the chaotic Chun family land. This was originally brought out from the temple of Qixin. I was thinking of swallowing it myself. Now he doesn't lack this. Just bloom here. Chi-chi. Jian Wushuang tore through the space, and the law body stepped away. Behind him was a dark flower blooming. The Qin family land was wiped out. Although it's midnight, you can practice in the world, day and night. Similarly, there is no distinction between black and white. The Qin family was wiped out. Master, have you seen it? Someone looked up to the sky, offering sacrifices to their master. Someone also bowed down to the Qin family. There are enemies and benefactors. There are also some missing items. Jian Wushuang took away the treasure house, but he could not take away some fixed resources. This side of the site was quickly eroded by the nearby forces. But this is all for later. Jian Wushuang's law body threw a mustard seed on a meteorite through space, and the law body was destroyed by itself. That meteorite, mixed in the turbulent current, has hundreds of millions of the same rubble nearby, surrounding a burning star. And here, there are countless stars. It's like purgatory, deity. Early the next morning, Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin left the room early and went to the palace to meet the empress. This is regarded as the rule of the royal family. In the morning, it was the time for Shang dynasty. However, in the main hall of the palace, only Jian Wushuang and Princess Jin Qin are real bodies, and the rest are law bodies. They descended instantly and appeared on their respective thrones. The empress also appeared at the end. Your Majesty, the Chun family has been destroyed. According to the latest investigation, it looks like a magician giant shot. 3 years ago, the Eternal Kingdom was destroyed, and now the Qin family is wiped out in a single thought, and the remaining power is too strange to ask questions. Many people are more resistant to probing. The kingdom of God, like the Eternal Kingdom, will be destroyed. Not to mention Yugua. It's better not to check, it's more at this juncture. Moreover, he was still working on the night of the eldest princess' wedding, which was obviously premeditated. Sitting on the top, the empress slowly raised her hand with her fingers soaked in ink and scribbled randomly on a gold list. Regarding the Chen family's affairs, she didn't care about it. A family died, and it is also the top 5 big family in Vietnam. It was a big deal, but at this time she didn't have any worries. The heart is like water. After the sacred meeting is over, do further investigation. The Empress' tone was very casual. Compared with this incident, what she wants to announce next is the real big thing. When everyone heard the next words, everyone was shocked. The 16 kingdoms of grass. Ranked first is the Stone Kingdom, not only as simple as having appeared in the 8 Tribulations realm, but also guarded by the flame gods. There's no need to say the 3rd Eternal Kingdom. The Lord of the Universe, with the 6 Tribulations realm for generations, is extremely stable, but unfortunately it has now been destroyed, and the space has been directly wiped out. There is no Eternal Kingdom in the world. The 1st and 3rd places have special places. Among the 16 countries, the 2nd place is also unusual. Daughter country. What the Empress announced this time was that the Lord of the Daughter Kingdom successfully crossed the tribulation and became the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe. Originally, this country lord was as famous as Shirshio, the lord of the first universe in the Stone Country. In terms of fame, it is not even as good as Shirshio of Zhongxing Shirgua. The two are in the same position as the men of the ancient Wood Continent, and the future will depend on the existence of the 7 tribulations realm. There are only so many masters of the 6 tribulations realm universe in Gumu Continent today. Many people think that Shirshio will be the fastest breakthrough, but they did not expect to be the leader of the daughter country. There was also a strange color on the face of the Empress. Her brows frowned, as if she was reminiscing about something. It's just that now everyone is more shocked. Master of 7 tribulations realm universe. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he also took a breath of cold air. The realm of the gods at the beginning. This is not the realm of scattered robbery. That is the real master of the universe. There is almost no gap between the masters of the 7 tribulations realm universe in the entire ancient Wood Continent and the number of powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm. There are only 2 or 3 people in Gumu Continent. There is one of the Gumu sect, who is the ancestor of the school, who used to open up the Guyu time-space sect era together with the leader of the Guyu sect. It is the oldest batch of 8 tribulations realm. Then there are the ancestors of the Stone Country and the Flame Gods. The last is the ancestor of the Daughter Country. However, the 8 tribulations realm of the Daughter Kingdom has fallen, and the era of fall has been a long time ago. There are only 4 8 tribulations realm, and one has fallen. The Wood King of the ancient Wood School is too old, and there is not much vitality, and I am afraid that it is not far from the end. The only one who can tell is the Flame God. The ancestor of Shirgua didn't work either. Chapter 57:37. And the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe is also rare, and they are all in the sect. One is the contemporary leader of the Gumu sect. The other is a superpower from the ancient Moon sect to the ancient Wood Continent. He is a powerful man named Iron Courage. Except for the 19 super beings who opened the sect at the time, most of the powerful kings have fallen or left Guyua time and space. The strongest person is almost the person with the highest position in time and space and the strongest strength in Guyu. The masters of the 7 tribulations realm universe, who can be entrusted, are all peak powers of the same rank. In his own dojo, it can be comparable to the peak 8 tribulations realm. It is conceivable that even the person in charge of the Gumu sect was not sealed. Now the daughter of the country's master has successfully crossed the catastrophe. Besides the sect, he was the first 7 tribulation realm universe master. It is also the 3rd contemporary master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm in Gumu Continent. Within the dojo, there is the infinite vitality of the 8 tribulations realm combat power. Everyone is envious. Most of the people present are the masters of the universe. However, most of them are in the 3 tribulations realm, and only a few are the masters of the 4 tribulations realm of the universe. As for the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm, the entire Yu Kingdom is also the female emperor of the royal family. Moreover, the female emperor is still the master of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm, and is only 1 step away from crossing the tribulation. In the entire Gumu Continent, the female emperor's combat power in the same tier, faintly ranked first. This is also the reason why Yugua has been emboldened recently. Now only need to move forward steadily to compete for the position of the saint. Now that the daughter of the country's master has successfully crossed the catastrophe, the Gumu sect saint of the same name may be coming soon too. Regardless of success or failure, it must give way. The position of the female emperor for the saint can be said to be determined. Not surprisingly, it should be her. Well, there's nothing else to do today, so let's go away first. The empress waved her hand, a little tired, but there was a little oppression on his face that is brought about by strength. The lord of the daughter country. The empress closed her eyes and thought about it carefully. The two at the time. They are a generation. Even in her age, she is much older than the daughter of the country's lord. When she achieved the immortal, the daughter of the country's lord had just embarked on the road of spiritual practice. When she was at the limit of Daojun, the other party had already caught up with her. That innocent and romantic girl. She vaguely remembered that face. During the time when I went to the Gumma school to practice, that girl, she did not follow behind her. Now she has reached a position that she dare not even think about. The Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. She really didn't think about it. In the 6th calamity, she was a little struggling. Not to mention the 7 Tribulations realm. If she could also become the master of the universe of the 7 Tribulations realm, the contemporary kingdom could rank in the top 3 of the 16 kingdoms. Because of the disappearance of the eternal kingdom, there is an extra place, but the resources are not much. The entire eternal kingdom is gone. Empress Fengqian rubbed her eyebrows, and the phantom on the other throne had disappeared. Jian Wushuang and Princess Jinqian were also walking outside. Before stepping out of the threshold, he was stopped by a voice. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and said respectfully, "What else is your majesty?" Although he is already a family, according to the rules of the country, he still has to call your majesty. The lord of the kingdom of the daughter of the kingdom of the 7 Tribulations. All parties will congratulate, and we cannot be less than the country. This time you too will go with the ancestors of the clan mansion. After speaking, a scroll flew out and fell in front of Princess Jinqian. Mother Queen! Jinqian was a little surprised and still picked up the scroll for a moment. Jian Wushuang looked at him with enthusiasm, not knowing what it was. "Get out," the Empress said, and her figure disappeared faintly. With full of doubts, the two walked out of the main hall, speechless all the way, and went straight back to the mansion in the royal capital below. As soon as he entered the luxurious mansion, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask, "What is that scroll?" In the hall, he noticed that Empress Fengqian had written something on it. When it was handed over to Jinqian, he didn't say much. "This scroll is definitely not simple. I don't know." Princess Jinqian walked towards the back garden with her little hand on her back. Jian Wushuang originally planned to get back the hidden mustard seed, but in his heart he was extremely curious about the scroll. Followed to the back garden. He didn't get better in this mansion. Only after arriving in the back garden did I realize that this is the garden and the whole is Ihua Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, among countless glamorous flowers, there is an ice pool. The two were sitting in the pavilion next to the ice pool. The cool breeze has passed, making people happy. "I've said it, I can't open it." Jinqian got a little annoyed, took out the scroll directly, and gave it to Jian Wushuang. He took it carefully, gently holding the scroll, and complained, "I don't know the goods. This is a baby, you can't be so spoiled." Jinqian's large, shui, lingling eyes rolled his eyes. But in the bottom of my heart is a cold snort. This scroll is a gift from her mother's queen to her daughter's country lord, and only the person involved can open it. It's just that when it was handed over to her, it didn't make it clear, but Transhan informed her. Although Jian Wushuang entered the royal family, but it doesn't mean it's one's own. Jian Wushuang can go to show his face, but there is no Jian Wushuang's share in important matters related to interests. Holding the scroll, Jian Wushuang, who has won the most precious treasure, doesn't know what the other party thinks. At this time he had only one thought, and that was to open the scroll and want to take a look. He is not all curiosity either. Never mind. This time I was really curious. He didn't want to quibble, because in the hall he and Emperor could see the female emperor's frown and some strange smells. This empress must have some kind of connection with the daughter of the country master. Regarding the relationship between the Empress Fengqian and the Lord of the Daughter Kingdom, only some universe masters in the 5 Tribulations realm and even the 6 Tribulations realm know. Only a few people of that generation have survived to this day, either died midway or died outside the battlefield. considered for a moment in his hand. Jian Wushuang saw the power of restraint from above. Very peculiar. That power seemed to be borrowed from somewhere. It's like the power of the starry sky, that he peeped into the starry sky. The more you can't see through, he was more curious. I want to go and take a look. So that he didn't even care about business affairs. The most important thing for him now is to retrieve the treasure trove from the Qin family, as well as the future plans with Wu Li that need to be finalized one by one. Now there is not much time left before the holy meeting. He also needs to build a sword embryo. For the robbery, he was almost ready. Breakthrough is not a problem. The problem is how to go further. When he broke through the tribulation realm, it was the day he became the Lord of the universe. By then, his sword embryo will also become a treasure of the universe. It can be regarded as the first cosmic treasure bred by the original universe. Chapter 5738. It is very important to him, but he intends to infuse all his kendo into it by then. Create a treasure to promote each other with him. Naturally, be careful. It's a pity that time has been rushed this time. He didn't expect to be able to make breakthroughs so quickly, so he hasn't been in a hurry. I am embracing the Buddha's feet now. I don't know if it will be too late. After pondering the scroll carefully, Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand. A trace of blue power poured into it. When Jinqin saw this, his eyes shrank and threatened. The Queen Mother said, "Only the Lord can open it. If you dare to open it now, it is a felony." "Thanks, Tusk, it's the same as I guessed." Jian Wushuang smiled, shook his head, and then reluctantly returned the scroll to Jinqin. But the bottom of his heart was a sneer. The power radiated just now is for the other party to see. When he first touched the scroll, he injected a force into the scroll. It was just blocked by the ban. With the time in his hand, he used the power of the starry sky to constantly test. Peeped at the contents of the scroll long ago. What I did just now is just to blow up Jinqin and see what the Empress said to her. Little girl film. Play with him. Not even close. Jian Wushuang walked out of the pavilion regretfully. "What are you going to do?" Jinqin couldn't help but ask when Jian Wushuang was a little lonely. "Go home." Jian Wushuang replied irritably. The figure changed, and he left the mansion directly. Wu family. He was not in a hurry to fetch the mustard seed from the turbulent flow of time and space. Instead, he went to Wu's house and looked for Wu Li to find out about the Sure Kingdom's cast of gods. By the way, talk about the current situation again, and ask what else to prepare before the congregation. Just entered Wu Mansion. Wu Li hurried over. "Why are you coming back so fast?" Wu Li's eyes were full of surprise. "I got married yesterday, and I came back less than noon the next day." Jian Wushuang walked straight into the backyard and joked as he walked. "Why, those who married out, the water poured out." "It's hard to get over water. He is different." "That's not what I meant. I'm afraid the royal family will misunderstand." Wu Li laughed and followed into the backyard. Since discovering that Jian Wushuang's strength surpassed him, he has lowered his posture by one level. Jian Wushuang came to the backyard, randomly found a place to sit down, and said, "Brother Wu Li, this time I have a business to come here." "Say." Wu Li's expression became serious when he heard it. Now, Jian Wushuang said that there was a business matter. He was indeed very solemn. Maybe it was something big. "Jian Embryo." Jian Wushuang set about his own affairs and wanted Wu Li to pay attention to him. After Wu Li heard it, it was not difficult. By the way, the embryo matter was also explained to Jian Wushuang in detail. There are many types of embryos. There are also many levels. For example, congenital embryos are the most precious innate embryos. The embryo of the eternal treasure is the eternal embryo. The embryo of the treasure of the universe is naturally the embryo of the universe. Creating a universe embryo is no less than creating a universe. When Jian Wushuang heard it, his expression moved. Fortunately, he ransacked the Qin family last night. In terms of treasures, it should be enough. Divine power dominates time and space. How many treasures can it cost to build a universe? Jian Wushuang smiled and told Wu Li to open up and say, let alone the ordinary ones, just say the kind that is the strongest. And he wants to build that kind. This. Wu Li was a little embarrassed, but went on to say, in fact, I want to create a universe embryo that matches me perfectly, and it is also related to me. Not the stronger the better. Jian Wushuang rubbed his chin and nodded for Wu Li to continue. Let me give you an analogy. The cosmic embryo I created at the beginning is also a sword embryo. According to the structure of my universe at the time, I have embedded 100 black hole spaces in the embryo, reaching 1/10 of my universe. It is also the limit state of most people. The universe is not too strenuous to cultivate. It only accounts for 1/10 of the origin. If so, Jian Wushuang would need to be embedded with thousands of black holes. It was 10 times stronger than the limit state, Wu Li said. Even if the power is different, the combat power is 100 times stronger. Jian Wushuang didn't feel that suffocating feeling. His own strength is not 100 times stronger than ordinary emperors. 1,000,000 times is said to be small. In front of him, no matter how many emperors are, they are also ants. The sword embryo he wants to build must at least have a gap of 108,000 times. 108,000. Jian Wushuang thought from the bottom of his heart. This number is good. If the sword embryo is inlaid with 108,000 black holes, plus 8,600 cosmic mysteries. Jian Wushuang grasped the outline. Watching Jian Wushuang fell into thinking. Wu Li talked about the casting gods. Speaking of this cast god, Shiguo ranked first. Jian Wushuang agreed. He had heard from the beginning that it was also because of the flame god. For the cast god, the flame is the most needed. The kingdom of gods with infinite flames. This is naturally not lacking. Therefore, many talents will recognize Shiguzu the gods more. Bacchus. Wu Li said a name. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he had also heard of this title. The pinnacle master in the Stone Kingdom, although not a member of the royal family, is a guest of the Stone royal family. The treatment is even better than those of the royal family. The strength of the 6 tribulations realm is comparable to the 7 tribulations realm. You know, Jian Wushuang asked curiously. When Wu Li heard that, he shook his head and teased herself. I was just a poor boy back then. If there are treasures, please move that person. Right. The original Wu Li was a casual cultivator. It's not bad to go to your country to find a casting master. How can you be qualified to let Bacchus take action? However, the existence that created the sword embryo for me is a disciple of Bacchus, a powerhouse of the 4 tribulations realm, and that's not bad, Wu Li said with some pride. He was not as cool as Jian Wushuang now. Not only the strength is against the sky, but the background is also very hard. It was stepping on the Wu family and entering the Yu royal family. Strong background and stronger strength. If you are willing to use the relationship between the royal family of Vietnam, Kang may really be able to please that Bacchus. The Bacchus has stayed in the kingdom of God built by the flame god for many years. Then I thought about it. Jian Wushuang had just defended Ho Yi, who is extremely valued by the flame god. Feeling out of it again. If Fan Tianfeng had been careful, Jian Wushuang wouldn't even want to create a sword embryo from Shiguo. It's over. Seeing Wu Li's expression, Jian Wushuang also thought that he had offended Fan Tianfeng. This time it was self-breaking. He also forgot this. Headache. On being careful. There are 10 people in Qixin Temple, and Fan Feng is the least minded. Chapter 5739. Now that I changed my name, am also careful. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, not thinking about this, but talking to Wu Li about the destruction of the Qin family. Although in the hall, the Empress doesn't care. But he was also afraid that nothing could be checked. Wu Li didn't know much about this matter. The deity has also been to the scene and chatted with those who were investigating. Nothing was found. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he talked about the daughter country. For the daughter country, he didn't catch a cold, but he was very curious about the matter of the empress and the daughter country leader. In the scroll, he spied some tricks. That is a painting. 2 women are drawn. One is the female Emperor Fengchen of Yu Kingdom, but she was a little surprised in her dress. Man disguised as a woman. This kind of trick will be exposed in the ordinary. The Empress also played. The other is the Lord of the daughter country, a beautiful and lovely woman. Looking at that portrait, it is natural not to see that it is a great power in the 7 tribulations realm. When Wu Li heard about her daughter country, she grinned first, then solemnly said, "I don't know much about this matter. This time you are blessed. You can follow a certain ancestor of the Yu country to congratulate the master of the country. I want to take a look. Not that qualified." This is also true. At that time, the force is going to congratulate. I am afraid that the bottom line is all 6-star sections. Leading forces like Gumu School and Stone Kingdom will also go. The strong men of the Yu royal family will not be conspicuous among them. Not to mention the Wu family, a family that hangs at the end when they cross. A glimpse of the honor of the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm. It is indeed a rare opportunity. At that time, just drop by to Shurgwa. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If Brother Wu Li is willing, I can bring you a few specialties from the daughter country. Wu Li couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Naturally, I know what the specialty of the daughter country is. The 2 chatted about Wanlu for a while, and then Jian Wushuang quietly left, leaving Wang Du directly. After making a change in the outside world, after a circle, he returned to the mansion prepared by the royal family for him again. When he entered the mansion, he found a familiar atmosphere in the mansion. Lord Mu Qin, Wushuang nephew, it's just noon, and today I will cheekily have a meal with you. Mu Chen's face was full of smiles. Since seeing Jian Wushuang's strength yesterday, Mu Chen felt that Jian Wushuang was a rare thigh. I won't be worse than my sister in the future. A character who can be compared to the Empress. Naturally get close. Uncle Huang joked, "I have today. Thanks to you, don't talk about a meal. Even if I come every day, I have to wait for you." Jian Wushuang said this string of words, very useful. Mu Chen on the table. He is smiling. Jin Chen on the side couldn't stand it anymore and urged, "What are the arrangements for going to the daughter country?" "You girl, you are just anxious. Wushuang's sage nephew just came back, and it's never too late to talk about it." Mu Chen was afraid that Jian Wushuang didn't know his intentions, so he had to say it. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, "But it's okay to say it." Next, Mu Qin talked about the whole itinerary. In fact, it is a departure time. Depart tomorrow afternoon. Just arrive at the daughter country before dark. Congratulations, just 1 night. This time only 3 people went to Vietnam. An ancestor of the 6 tribulations realm in the royal family brought Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin together. The ancestor Mu Chen will take you too. Remember to be respectful to the ancestors, and to be in awe of the strong from all sides. Mu Qin finally added, "There are many strong from all sides, so don't overdo it. Zhanyang, when the holy meeting is coming, there can be no mistakes in this kind of thing. Understand?" Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin nodded together. On the occasion of the holy meeting, Vietnam is a big hit this time. It's too much publicity, and it's unlucky to be calculated in private. When Jian Wushuang agreed, he also said about his going to Shurgwa. Jin Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard Shurgwa. Mu Chen was a little embarrassed, but Jian Wushuang didn't care. "Sword Embryo, it is very important. We must go." Jian Wu is bilingual and firm. Mu Chen said politely, "I need help. You can say it." "Must." This time he didn't say anything. Mu Chen went back to his house after a while. Jin Qin went back to the room alone. Jian Wushuang went to the special training place in the mansion. Absolute space. Enter into a cave in the sky. This space is a black hole derived from his universe. Absolutely hidden. The outside is a secret room inside the mansion. After entering this cave sky, Jian Wushuang took out the mustard seed. Grasping for a moment, he directly threw it out, and his thought power moved to the heavens and fell into the cave. The ordinary wreckage was instantly swallowed and absorbed by the power of the black hole. From the wreckage, Jian Wushuang found 4 conch shells. There is the breath of the universe above. It should be a universe-level cave. Extravagance or too many treasures in storage. Need space in the universe to store them. Jian Wushuang is looking forward to it. But he didn't rush to open these 4 caves. Instead, a piece of black crystal was taken out of the mustard. This was discovered by Zibai in the Qin family universe. First open this crystal to see what treasures there are, Jian Wushuang pointed out, and directly broke the upper restriction. Forcibly open the crystal. Click. A mustard seed is inlaid inside. Presumably, when the master of the universe was desperate, he chose to seal up all the treasures in his universe. It's a pity that Zibai can't escape the search. It was still found. In fact, there's still a lot of cosmic crystals in Zibai's body, but unfortunately after burning the source, he went to block the attack for him, and he collapsed, and those cosmic crystals were also exhausted. Jian Wushuang didn't care about that little universe crystal anymore. On the contrary, I feel a little sorry for Zibai's fall. A good helper in the 5 tribulations realm. That's it. Now he wants to refine a chess piece, but he doesn't have that strength. You can only refining the chess pieces of the general size when you wait for the robbery realm. Call. Jian Wushuang took a breath, holding the endless illusion, and opened the mustard seed sealed by the Lord of the Universe. You reading www.okanshu.com. Wow. Countless treasures tilted down instantly. When he saw these treasures, he was a little surprised at first, but he quickly reacted. In the universe of the Chen family, all the people living in the universe are the ordinary children of the Chen family. Some clansmen who are weak or simply can't set foot in the practice. If they are in the country of you, I am afraid they will live very poorly. It's different in the universe. It's entirely the Chen family's own place. Even if they can't practice, they can give them a perfect life. Therefore, the treasures stored in the mustard seeds are for ordinary use. There are also some treasures used by immortals. Although the number is staggering, enough to be used by hundreds of millions of people, it is of no use to him. Chapter 5740. Fortunately, there is also the treasure of the Lord of the Universe. Some well-known treasures of the universe are definitely unusable and will be doubted. The Qin family was just destroyed. He used the treasures of the Qin family, and a fool would do it. Some treasures can be swallowed, and the ones that cannot be swallowed are destroyed. There are also some unheard of. After all, apart from a few treasures that a practitioner can represent, most of the treasures are whole cards, which are easily hidden from others. It's like a treasure in his own body. Many people know that he has a sword of decisive cloud, as well as a beast weapon. For other treasures, less is known. One reason. The same goes for others. Except for the unusable treasures, he simply didn't look at the remaining rubbish. The only thing that can be used is some strange things. It should have been obtained from the void outside the domain, and the value is not bad. According to his estimation, the value exceeds tens of billions. However, a cosmic master of the 3 tribulations realm, the actual benefits he can get are only tens of billions. It's a bit of a disadvantage. Of course, there are some treasures that he can't see through. 3 pieces of red metal. I don't know what material they are. They are extremely tough. And there is this breath on the top. He doesn't care about this. The most important thing is the treasures in the Chen family treasury. Don't get me some mundane treasures. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but complain. The wreckage is exhausted, leaving the cave sky. Only some forbidden power. He couldn't be the master at all. A palm shot directly destroys the prohibition of the cave, together with the internal spatial structure. Wow! In front of him, a colorful breath burst out instantly. A closer look, this is chi, but a real treasure. It's just that there are too many condensed together, very similar to the breath. The cave sky is broken, but the general structure is still there. There are 3 areas in total. Represents 3 treasures. Jian Wushuang had seen the colorful treasures, which were clusters of purple crystals. This is... His breathing became a little deep. A treasure from the extension of the universe. Crystal. It's like piled up with cosmic crystals. Jian Wushuang looked around. It was a majestic mountain, at least 100 billion cubic meters. Converted into a universe crystal, it is an incalculable quantity. Source stone. Jian Wushuang thought of the information he had opened at Qinjianmen. Recognized these spars. This is the purest source stone of divine power, and it is very useful in Guyu time and space. It is not as good as the universe crystal when placed in the Qi temple, but in Guyu time and space, the price of the source stone is 100 times higher than that of the universe crystal. With so many source stones, I am afraid that the 7 tribulations realm might not be able to come out. A small Qin family will have so many source stones in reserve. This time it's really posted. With so many source stones, let alone the Bacchus, even the 8 tribulations realm would be tempted. Of course, most of the 8 tribulations realm powerhouses don't need this kind of treasure. They need some strange things. These source stones can still play an auxiliary role in the cultivation of divine power, and they can also be absorbed in battle to restore divine power. It can be regarded as the hard currency in the robbery, and it is also the strategic material that the family needs to reserve. In this way, the Chen family's ambitions are really not small. So many source stones were hidden secretly. Jian Wushuang couldn't wait to open the remaining 2 spaces. The second area. It is a valley. Countless god-level herbs and some exotic flowers are planted in the valley. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't recognize it, but judging from the power emanating from above, these things are of great value. Something is wrong. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. There was a familiar smell on these exotic flowers which he had just seen. It's that breath. He tore off a blood-stained fruit at will and put it directly into his mouth. That breath instantly turned into a violent force and merged into his blood. Wang! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands. His supernatural power suddenly exploded. The base divine power has actually increased by 100. How is it possible? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. His basic divine power has reached 200,000 times. This is no longer the limit of the emperor, and even the limit of the strong man in the second tribulation realm cannot reach 200,000. The limit of the emperor is 100,000 times of supernatural power. He was able to reach 200,000 times beyond the standard, but it was because of Bobby D. Now that he absorbs that breath, he can actually increase his divine power. This is simply incredible. Looking around countless fruits, Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed. If he eats all of it, wouldn't he be able to compare to the 5 tribulations realm in the emperor? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. There must be some kind of backlash. If it is so magical, then this kind of treasure is too bad for the sky. How could the Chen family get such a treasure? A small Chen family, even if it is the glory of the ancestors, can't get such a magical treasure. With this kind of treasure, it shouldn't be the strength it is now. Then there is only one situation left. Jian Wushuang opened all 3 areas. On one side is the majestic mountain of the source stone. In the middle is the fruit. The last area is very small with a pool of blood. This made Jian Wushuang think of the blood sacrifice of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Compared with his past, his blood sacrifices are pediatrics. The blood pool of the Qin family made him think about it. It's a pity that the Chen family died and fled. It is estimated that everyone who knew the truth was killed by him. These fruits should be cultivated by the pool. It seems that the Chen family's plan is very big. Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. But why didn't the Qin family use it by themselves? What is the purpose of cultivating these blood-colored fruits? With these doubts, Jian Wushuang walked out of the secret room. He can use the Source Stone, but this is not marked. He has to be cautious about the rest. Destroy what can be destroyed, and throw away what cannot be destroyed. There are some bonus treasures that can be swallowed. Now he is going to find out some things about the Chun family. There is only one day left to go to the daughter country. It was late at night now, and he couldn't go out again after dawn. Only now go out of the city and go to the Chun family's ruins to inquire. After taking the attention, calm Jian Wushuang set off immediately. He couldn't hide such a big thing in his heart and wanted to understand it as soon as possible, because he always felt that the destruction of the Qin family was a big hidden danger for him. Just before he left the city, several powerful auras came to the capital of Qingyu. Jian Wushuang ignored it, and after changing his body shape, he walked directly towards the nest where the Qin family was destroyed. I will not be doubted if I go there now, because many strong people are in the Chun family's nest at this time. Some are curious and some want to make a profit. When he arrived, he encountered a lot of experts in the robbery realm. This fellow Taoist, you are already late. The powerful man from the royal family just made a major discovery here and has already left with those treasures. An old man sat cross-legged on the mountain and found Jian Wushuang falling beside him. When I felt the strong breath, I told him what had just happened here. Chapter 5741. The person here is Jian Wushuang. After hearing the old man's words, he thanked him in a low voice, then returned directly. I wanted to ask what was going on here, or if there was anything found. Unexpectedly, there are really important discoveries. At the beginning, he was walking in a hurry and thought that all the treasures were in the cave. Unexpectedly, the Chun family still has a backhand. Jian Wushuang hurried with all his strength and returned to the royal capital within an hour. Thinking of the royal family's entry into the city, just now his brow furrowed. It seems that what I found is unusual. If it is some ordinary treasure, I am afraid it will not return so fast. Although things have changed a bit, Jian Wushuang himself did not lose his position. First he recovered his figure and returned to the mansion calmly, then began to contact Elder Mu Qin. He is the king of the universe, although his strength is not very good. But it is true that the backbone of the future is the elder brother of the Empress. The news should be a little better than him. Wushuang's sage nephew, the news is so fast. I also just got the news. Why don't you and I go to the palace to have a look? Elder Mu Qin was a little surprised at how quickly Jian Wushuang got the news, but he was not too skeptical. When the people of the royal family discovered the treasure, it caused a lot of movement, and then hurried back to the royal family, which attracted the attention of many people. As long as Jian Wushuang keeps in touch with the outside world at all times and knows this matter, it is not surprising. Jian Wushuang received the reply from Elder Mu Qin and responded. It was indeed too unusual for him to go there alone. If Mu Qin took him there, it would be different. Two people are going to watch the excitement. A person has a serious purpose and temperament. To be on the safe side, Jian Wushuang cheekily pulled on the Princess Jinqin. Originally, the other party was not going to go, but under his flicker, the Chun family password he said was earth-shattering. Be regarded as attracted to the other party. In this way, the two went outside the palace together, first met with Mu Qin, and then entered the palace together. The palace, above the clouds, is very solemn. After the three of them entered, they became awed unconsciously. Jian Wushuang's thoughts were more delicate, and he discovered that the guard at this time was much stricter than usual when he entered the palace. It was hard not to let him think that it was because of the Chen family. Especially when he went to the main hall, the blood-colored aura in his body continued to surge, which was the aura in the blood-colored fruit he had just absorbed. In the main hall, the source with this breath is attracting him. Before entering the main hall, he felt a breath and came to the surface. A strong shot. The three of them looked surprised and then quickly entered the main hall. There was no personal summons, and he rushed in. When I entered the hall, I discovered that there were several powerful figures in the hall. 8 are in the 5 tribulations realm, and 2 are in the 6 tribulations realm. Of course, they are all in the diaspora realm, not the Lord of the universe. In today's Yu kingdom, the only master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm is a female emperor, and there are not many in the 4 tribulations realm. The entry of the 3 makes the scene cohesive. Several sharp eyes came, making people breathless. Ancestor Yanlong. Seeing this, Elder Mu Chen hurriedly bowed to see him. Among the 2 6 tribulation realm powerhouses, the oldest tribulation realm powerhouse nodded slowly. Although Jin Qin was the eldest princess of the Yu kingdom, he had never seen an ancestor of this generation, and hurriedly pulled Jian Wushuang and walked with him to bow down. "Get up!" Ancestor Yanlong had a kind face and waved to the 3 of them. When the female empress saw this, she said, "Since it's here, just stand aside and watch." "Yes." Jian Wushuang slowly got up and stood aside. It was only then that he could see that there was a small, transparent altar in the hall. There was a churn of green liquid inside. It makes me sick to see, but the liquid in it contains vitality. Of course, this kind of vitality is very ordinary. It can't be compared with Jian Wushuang's life force at all. In this green vitality, there is also a small meatball. It is the appearance of Ganoderma lucidum. It should be this thing that made him surge. Jian Wushuang didn't cover up for a while, just staring at it blankly. The ancestor Yanlong, who was standing at the top, saw Jian Wushuang's strange eyes and asked, "Little guy, do you know?" Hearing Yanlong's ancestor's inquiry, Jian Wushuang reacted. There were several powerful men beside him, and he quickly closed his eyes. But when I looked at the ancestors, my thoughts moved and I had an idea in my heart. Returning to my ancestors, the younger generation had seen the corresponding thing in Outland, found it in a secret realm, and accidentally ate the surrounding fruits. When I just saw this thing, I found that my qi and blood were related, so I was stunned. Jian Wushuang made up a lie that he was about to believe. Elder Mu Chen was on the side, but there were some differences, wondering why Jian Wushuang was so powerful. Even the secret realm of Outland dared to trespass. But another thought, Jian Wushuang's identity in Outland was fake. Can this be taken seriously? No one can tell whether it is true or false. "Oh, I have a fate with you. Then I will give it to you," said the ancestor Yanlong, mobilizing his mind to directly send the mysterious creature with the appearance of Ganoderma lucidum soaked in the life liquid to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment. "This. Let you keep it. You just keep it," the empress said at this time, her voice cold. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to say more, and quickly followed up with his hands. The moment I touched the other party, the mysterious creature very similar to Lingji actually began to swallow his life force. The appearance also changed rapidly from a Ganoderm-like shape to an oval pupa. After Jian Wushuang blocked his life force, the other party no longer changed. This scene surprised the people present. The ancestor, Yanlong's eyes flickered. He was not interested in the creatures in the living liquid, but only interested in these living liquids. When I heard Jian Wushuang know this thing, my heart moved, and I wanted to borrow Jian Wushuang's hand to get the thing out. He didn't bother to know whether it was true or not. Mainly, they were all attracted by this stuff just now. Some people advocate not to move, but he can't wait. He urgently needs the life liquid in it now, because he is too old. If there is no more life, you will fall into a deep sleep, become a living dead in the king's tomb. Jiangshan is so charming, he is very nostalgic. But he didn't expect that the mysterious creature was actually related to Jian Wushuang, and it changed quickly. I don't know if it changed because of leaving the life liquid, or because of Jian Wushuang. He knows that Jian Wushuang is a dynasty cohort, and his strength and background are extremely mysterious. Bakeng is really related to Jian Wushuang. Not moving anymore. Jian Wushuang held the oval pupa, neither moving nor moving. Chapter 5742. He was afraid of instilling the power of life again, and directly let the other party be born. From the power above, it seems that the opponent's power has nothing to do with the life force, but is related to the breath that has just been absorbed. Life will only let it be born early, but the breath can make him powerful quickly. The female emperor stared at Jian Wushuang. Her brows frowned slightly. She always felt that since Jian Wushuang appeared in front of her, the Yu country was uneasy. She didn't know that even the destruction of the Eternal Kingdom was very similar to Jian Wushuang. Relation. Dead. The ancestor, Yanlong, condensed his eyes on the pupa and said, because the pupa's life force, after Jian Wushuang was broken, it had withered quickly, and it was about to end soon. Jian Wushuang quickly offered the oval pupa. He didn't want such a thing. It's yours for you, no need to say anything. Old ancestor Yanlong said with a smile, I heard that you too are going to the daughter country this time. Go back and prepare earlier. This is about to send Jian Wushuang and others to leave. But Jian Wushuang had some concerns about that altar and wanted to open it. However, his status is not qualified. He could feel the life liquid in it, and many people were staring at it, especially which Yanlong ancestor. It doesn't matter when the female emperor comes. The Lord of the Universe does not need vitality. But those few robbers and Yanlong ancestors who are about to step into the coffin of the robbery realm are in great need. Junior, leave. The three can only leave in angrily. As for the main hall, it is studying how to distribute. In the Yu country, there is also a top figure. Jian Wushuang didn't know how many 6 tribulations were in the realm. But in the 7 tribulations realm, there is only one. The founding ancestor of the royal family. The 7 tribulations realm mighty one had heard that he had entered the tomb of the king, and he didn't know if he could recover. It's just that little bit of life liquid. It's almost a dream to revive the 7 tribulations realm, and the probability is still a few points in the palace. These have nothing to do with him. All he wanted was the altar, if not because of limited strength and status. He really wanted to take out a ball of life force, throw it on the opponent's face, and then go directly to retreat and study with the altar. Now I can only hold a cicada pupa, which is still a half-dead cicada pupa. Even the breath he had just absorbed was swallowed by the opponent. No, Jian Wushuang had just left the palace, and his heart suddenly moved. The breath on his body is gone, but the increased divine power is still there. At this time he somewhat understood. This power is the biggest backlash. The source of backlash is that pupa. Sent. Jian Wushuang directly bid farewell to Elder Mu Qin, ignoring Jin Qin, and went straight back to the secret room of the mansion to begin a short retreat. He is going to prove his thoughts, back to the cave sky, covering the infinite secrets of heaven, that is, the way of heaven. Play with the pupa in your hand. There is still a hint of life. Jian Wushuang's thought power can be felt. Even if there is no vitality, he can forcibly revive the opponent. This is something like this kind of risky thing. He dare not do it in his own source. Of all the treasures obtained from the Qin family, only Yuan Shurshan is in his origin. The rest are in the cave. Scarlet Valley. Fruit everywhere. Jian Wushuang threw the cicada pupa directly into the air. A huge green river, like a star river, directly envelopes the pupa of the cicada. The oval pupa is deformed again. The body shape is changing, but the strength has not changed. The present pupa is not even the immortal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just given to him in vain. Break the cocoon. After swallowing a life force, the oval pupa emerged from the cocoon. Become a giant beetle. Although it has enough vitality, it can't be changed again. And the strength did not increase. After turning into a beetle, his body became larger and his movement was very slow. Jian Wushuang stared at the direction of the opponent's movement. It's Scarlet Valley. This can't be eaten directly. Jian Wushuang restrained the beetle at will. He entered the Scarlet Valley by himself, started to swallow the fruits and some herbs. The divine body skyrocketed frantically. There seems to be no upper limit. Jian Wushuang ate the blood-colored fruit in one hand, and in the other hand gave all the blood-colored power to the beetle. In this way, he is purely increasing divine power. In an hour's time, he added 10,000 supernatural powers. This speed, if people know it, I'm afraid it will suffocate. If it weren't for a family ugly to devour his blood, I'm afraid he would explode and die. That breath became extremely violent when it encountered the beetle. It's just that the current beetle is no longer what it used to be. Jian Wushuang stared at the beetle bound under his hand. The other party already had a walk, but it still retains the characteristics of a beetle. The carapace became shoulder armor, breastplate, leg armor, and toe armor. Its head is the same, although it is a human shape, but it has beetle's unique eyes and the bridge of the nose. The mouth is even more rigid and round. You can talk. Jian Wushuang felt a faint call, staring at each other in surprise. Call. Listen carefully. There is only a deep breathing. After swallowing so much blood, its whole body still doesn't have much strength. At this time, even the ordinary can't beat it. This made Jian Wushuang think of the blood pool. If this guy is thrown into the pool of blood, I don't know if he can become the emperor. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Forget it. Your greatest use is to help me relieve these breaths. Wow. The flow of time slowly slows down, and his supernatural power is growing wildly. He wants to swallow all the fruits in the valley. Look, the divine power will reach that level. 1 year, 2 years, 100 years. With the acceleration of time, it took him 100 years to swallow all the fruits in the Scarlet Canyon. In 100 years, the body of the walking beetle has not changed much, but its strength has broken through to the immortal and reached the peak, be regarded as the realm of Taoist monarch. But this strength, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, was no different from a real bug. The current Jian Wushuang really has the qualifications to be arrogant. His basic divine power has increased to 400,000 times. The emperor has 400,000 times the basic divine power. It makes people think about it, but I dare not think so. This time, he doesn't need the power of the beast gods. He has 40 powers, comparable to the top 4 calamities. Now, if he uses the power of the beast god, the burden will be huge. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists slightly, and the beast soldiers on his body appeared. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and wanted to use the power of the beast god, but found that he couldn't mobilize the source of the beast god. It seems that it's a bit reluctant. There was no accident when he arrived. Now the 400,000 times the divine power. Once the power of the beast is used, even if it is double the power of the beast god, it can be increased to 480,000. That is the real limit. He has achieved a short period of 500,000 times his supernatural power. It was because of the power of Bobby D. Chapter 57:43. Now he can use twice the power of the beast to reach 500,000 times at any cost. Could it be that this beetle has something to do with Bobby D? But when he saw the appearance of the beetle, he didn't think it looked like it. Is also possible, but from the same place as Bobby D. Was then acquired by the Chun family, who wanted to cultivate this kind of monster. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Only now is Dao Jun. Even if it is thrown into the pool of blood, at most it will reach the absolute peak or the tribulation realm. What can you do? Ordinary tribulation realm is also an ant, unless it's like the Qi Ju Xiao made by Emperor Bobby. Half a step in the 9 tribulations realm. Of course, the Chun family doesn't have the ability to train. Although the strength of Bobby D is weak, the secret method used is very special, able to control many powerful people, and even many superpowers in ancient Wood continent are willing to cooperate with each other. What does the Qin family have? Is it the one that used to be the 5 tribulations realm? That's too far. Take 10,000 steps back, the beetle can really reach that point. How should the Chun family control it? Ordinary slavery simply doesn't work. Jian Wushuang pinched the beetle's head, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. I don't know if I want the other party to be strong or just like this. If he becomes very powerful, he doesn't have the ability to control the opponent like Bobby D. Forget it, just stay here. Jian Wushuang threw the opponent directly into the Scarlet Valley. There are still many remaining breaths here, and the altar is next door. The opponent is still here, and his strength will continue to increase. Bloody Pool, he didn't even rush to use it, is sealed next to it. But he didn't know how much disaster this random one would bring to your kingdom, and even the entire time and space. It's just that it's been a long time since. Before he left, the beetle, who could not stand still, was lying on the ground, turned to look at Jian Wushuang and roared 2 words. Silu. Jian Wushuang left the cave sky, placed a backing stone for the cave sky in the jade spring in the secret room, and hurriedly left. Today, I still have to follow Yanlong's ancestors to the daughter country, so I can't delay. The daughter of the country, the master of the 7 calamities, also has an inexplicable relationship with Empress Fengqian. Jian Wushuang wanted to see it even more. By the way, go to Shurgor again to get the sword blank. If Fan Tianfeng makes things difficult for him, he will go to the ancient wood school to find another, the master of casting gods. There is no need to hang in the stone country. Hope Fan Tianfeng will not be so careful. After leaving the secret room, the breath of just appeared in the mansion, and a figure came to him in an instant. Why did you come out? Don't you know that you are going to the daughter country today? The visitor was Princess Jin Qin, who was already wearing formal clothes and urging Jian Wushuang with an impatient look. Jian Wushuang was also not angry. This time he was really to blame. Hurriedly changed into a black robe and followed Jin Qin out of the mansion. The 2 went directly to the east gate of the palace. Yanlong ancestor is already waiting here. When Jian Wushuang saw the black dragon at the feet of the opponent, he also understood why the opponent was called Yanlong. Should be the road number, not the real name. Ancestor Yanlong. The 2 paid respectfully. S complexion was a little uncontrollable, and even let an old man wait for the 2 of them for so long. Come on. The ancestor Yanlong didn't care when he arrived, and he still leaked an amiable appearance. Jian Wushuang saw the other's face. It was a little ruddy, and it seemed to be much younger. There is a high probability that the life liquid in the altar has been absorbed. As for the altar, he didn't dare to think too much, and there was no need to think about it. The blood-colored fruits have all been transformed into divine powers long ago. Set off. The 3 of them rode on the black dragon, smashed the space, and entered the turbulence. It seems that the speed is not very fast, but in the blink of an eye, they have already left the country. Is now heading towards her daughter's country. It only takes a quarter of an hour to reach the daughter country. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the back of the black hole, looking around, thinking about Jianbi in the bottom of his heart. Daughter country, after all, is just a curiosity. Sword blank is the business. Went to Shurgua without using the power of Yuegua. He quietly went to search for it. It is difficult to meet those celebrities. It is necessary to use the relationship between the royal family of Yu and let Fan Tianfeng know. Headache. The key is that this time it is not only Yu country who went to the daughter country. There are other strong people from Guma continent, and people from Shenzhen ancient moon god sect will come. The Lord of the Universe in the 7 tribulations realm has an extraordinary identity. If there is a master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, I am afraid that there will be strong people coming to see him in the long river of time and space around him. 8 tribulation realm comes with the universe dojo. A master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm can stun several great eras. Is like those times in Guyu time and space. Some were created by the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, but in every great era, there will be a master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm. For example, the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations in the last great era has already left the million era of the ancient moon era. In today's Guyu time and space, except for the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm on the face of the ancient moon god sect, the other forces do not have a master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm. The power of the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm is very pitiful, is like the ancient wood continent, and there are only 3 7 tribulation realm universe masters. There is also a strong man from the ancient moon sect. The peak of the 7 tribulations realm, the owner has half a step in the 8 tribulations realm's combat power. If he were in his cosmic dojo, I am afraid that no one on the ancient wood continent could threaten him, unless it's the flame leading the dojo to fight. Just arrived in Guyu time and space, Jian Wushuang still felt that the Lord of the Universe was worthless. But looking at it now, it is weak and worthless. The powerful are always rare. Whether it is the Lord of the Universe or the Emperor, it is the same. He can't learn from those who are weak, but must follow the strong ones. The distance became a robbery, and he was only one chance. Open Wanlu, he will surely break through. When the time comes, he will directly become the Lord of the Universe. Strength will also change again. Don't talk about the power of the starry sky. In terms of his current supernatural power alone, there are 400,000. When the time comes, I will merge Dongjun's bones into the divine body. When broke out completely, 1,000,000 supernatural powers were easy. The power of the beast will truly explode in the robbery realm. Who? Jian Wushuang let out a suffocating breath. There was a light in front of his eyes, and a hole was split. Appeared again, and it was a world where the sky was blue and the ground was green. The green grass is decorated with pink flowers, is exactly the same as the daughter country in Jian Wushuang's fantasy. The only thing I didn't see was the girl from the daughter country. I don't know what will happen. It's coming soon. You 2 little guys follow me. Yanlong ancestor confessed. The black dragon at his feet flashed, and he instantly arrived outside a simple and small city. Chapter 5744 is incomparable to the super city of ascetics. Is this the national capital of the daughter country? Jin Qin was the first to question. Jian Wushuang is also very curious. There is no breath in this city. It's like a mundane city. Haha, of course, after you enter, you will understand that the capital of this daughter country is really an immortal city. The ancestor Yanlong took the black dragon magic weapon and landed the 2 on the trail outside the city. Go up, just walk into the city like this. After entering the city, Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin are like countrymen entering the city for the first time. So please take a closer look. The ancestor of Yanlong is like an accompanying old housekeeper. As he walks, he exhorts, remember, in this city, you can't use magical powers, let alone slaughter mortals. Otherwise, no one can keep you. Ancestor, rest assured, we are not magical practitioners. Jin Qin didn't care. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. He really is not a practitioner of the demon way. If he counts, he is not a practitioner of the righteous way, but a practitioner of the heavenly way. Pursue the way of heaven. Pursuit of being strong. Pursues longevity even more. His longevity road has been realized. According to his speculation, he reached the absolute point and mastered the complete Tao Xan, is true eternal immortality. The once eternity can't be immortal. Tao Xan does not really reach consummation. It will still fall. But now Jian Wushuang is a real immortal longevity. But if you want to become the Lord of the Universe, you have to face catastrophe, cut off longevity, and above the Lord of the Universe, there should be this immortal longevity. Maybe that is his pursuit. Walking on the mundane streets, has different emotions, especially Princess Jin Qin. I'm afraid I haven't experienced too many red dust experiences at all. The immortal in Guyu time and space is actually more like a red fairy. Stand out from the mundane red dust. There are some arrogances, but they quickly broke through and reached the Emperor, and even without any stumbling along the way, they directly became the Lord of the Universe. This will not go long. The 3 of them walked, and suddenly realized that they were being followed. Jin Chen's personality is relatively straightforward. He turned his head to look at it when he felt that he was being watched by a pair of eyes. On the corner of the street, one old and one young stood. Which teenager or young man has red hair and blood-red eyes, a long robe embroidered with red patterns very strange, stared at the three of them at this time, with some greed in their eyes. When I look at Jin Chen, his eyes are even more strange. Seeing Jin Chen looking back at him, he had been spotted, and he stared at Jin Chen up and down. Wears a golden robe, embroidered on the top is a 5-claw golden dragon, more like an imperial robe. Maybe this kind of dress can arouse a man's desire for control. Jin Chen's appearance is also stronger, and he directly shouted at the other party, "Bold, look at this palace like this. If you were here, I told you that your eyes were dug out. Don't be rude." As soon as he said this, Jian Wushuang frowned. The ancestor Yanlong was actually speaking. He actually stopped Jin Chen. When I looked at the two people in the distance, I didn't pay attention to any red-haired young man, but looked at the old man next to him and said, respectfully, "Senior Bloodblade, long time no see." "Thanks, Tusk, who am I? I turned out to be from Vietnam." The old man didn't buy it. After feeling the breath of Yanlong, he dismissed it, turned his head, and said coldly to the red-haired boy next to him, "Let's go?" "Well, I want to see it after I get out of here. I will grab it back for you to be a furnace tripod." After hearing this, the red-haired young man licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and cast a very disgusting look at Jin Chen. This made Jin Chen very angry. His eyes were already huge, but now they are about to stare out. Can be stopped by Yanlong ancestor, can only swallow it. Jian Wushuang stood aside, his expression cold. Although he and Jin Chen are just a superficial couple, but in this situation he couldn't watch it either. I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect you to be more shameless than me. Jian Wushuang sneered, a dark energy, a palm of 400,000 supernatural powers condensed in an instant, and patted the red-haired youth. Although the opponent's aura shrank, Jian Wushuang could also see through the level of life force that he should be the Lord of the Universe, and stronger than Wu Li, at least the peak of the 3 tribulations realm, or the Lord of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm. For 100,000 divine power, even the Master of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm should be treated with care. This is not his dojo. "You dare!" The red-haired young man's complexion changed drastically, and he shouted angrily. That dark energy rushed towards his face. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to dare to make a move. Can only be hardwired now. There is a muffled noise with both hands. A young man with red hair, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that Jian Wushuang was able to hurt him. When the ancestor Yanlong wanted to stop, there was no time. The ancestor Yanlong, who was originally calm, looked a little ugly at this time. Jian Wushuang took action without his consent, which made him very dissatisfied. But this is also related to the face of Yugua. For a while, many foreign practitioners looked over. If he licked his face before apologizing, he wouldn't be able to lose that person. But he can't afford to offend the other party. The Blood Knife Ancestor, 7 Tribulation Realm Powerhouse. Although it is the realm of scattering tribulation, its combat power is not ordinary. With the top combat power of the 7 Tribulation Realm, is stronger than the founding ancestors of Vietnam. It's fine if the other party is a casual cultivator. The ancestor of the Blood Knife came from the strongest sect of Haitian, the Blood-Clothed sect, which red-haired young man, if he guessed correctly, he should be the son of the current sect master. The Blood-Clothed Gate, the 8-star sect. The contemporary sect master is even the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. They really can't afford it. 9 heavens and 10 earths. 2 days in black and white, the most complete and powerful. I won't talk about it during the day, but the headquarters of the ancient moon god sect is in the daytime. How can the black sky, which is comparable to it, be weak? Blood-Clothed's Door is another magic sect, is stronger than the ancient wood school, and more powerful than the ancient wood school. This superpower is really unattainable. If you want to destroy the country, you can destroy it with a backhand. Old wood pie is useless. Although both the Bloody Cloth sect and the Ancient Wood sect are both 8-star sects, the current comprehensive power and background of the Bloody Cloth sect are much stronger than those of the Ancient Wood sect. If the Ancient Wood school can completely master the Wan Lu Shenmu, maybe better than the Blood Cloak door. But even his own treasures can't be fully controlled. How is it compared with the blood-clothed door that completely controls Haitian? You mess dare to attack me! The red-haired young man is the young master of the blood-clothed door. With such an identity, no matter who you see in Haitian, you have to walk up to him honestly and let him play around at will. Now it's just looking at each other. There are people who dare to come forward and attack him. He couldn't help but want to shoot right now. The ancestor of the blood knife grabbed his raised arm and said in a low voice, "Go out and talk about it. This place is the territory of which country lord?" Chapter 57:45. Although the blood-clothed door is powerful, but the strong dragon does not crush the ground snake, the magic way knows this truth better. If you shoot now, you will definitely suffer. Just now, he didn't know how Jian Wushuang was able to keep his breath tight, so he dared to attack him, just when the two of them are leaving. The strong man of the daughter country comes, a master of the 5 tribulations universe. Looks like a 28-9-year-old face, but it has a hint of unusual charm. Dear guests, this place is the most important place in our country. You can't do it privately. I hope you can forgive me. Fairy and Z, you are here just right. It's the first time I have come to your daughter's country. It just so happened that you took us to meet the lord of the country. Yanlong ancestor quickly changed the subject. Took Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin towards the Z ferry. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang glanced back at the red-haired young man. The other person's eyes really disgusted him. Jin Chen's view of Jian Wushuang has changed a little at this time, and he whispered, "Just now, thank you." "I'm so thankful. You don't think the other party is interested in you, right?" Jian Wushuang said angrily, "I think that person is as good as Long Yang. I just take care of me when I am in love." His mouth was so hard that the change Jin Qin had just made disappeared again, and he rolled his eyes at Jian Wushuang. Fairy Z smiled with joy when he saw that he was the ancestor of Yanlong. "Are you Fengchen's daughter?" Z Fairy asked. Jin Qin was shocked by the question, then nodded quickly. I was very happy to see Jin Chen's Z Fairy, and he went straight to grab Jin Chen's hand and asked for warmth. Jian Wushuang was very jealous when he saw it. Why is there not a fairy? Come and ask him. He also needs someone to comfort him now. Under the leadership of Fairy Z, the 3 directly broke through the clouds and entered the palace of the daughter country. Jian Wushuang looked down the clouds and said with emotion, "Why these royal families like to build their palaces on the clouds?" After entering the imperial palace, this place is still somewhat different from the imperial palace of Yu Kingdom. The scenery is more in line with the commonplace. Various kinds of flowers are planted everywhere, very bright. The country of daughters is all women, which is not surprising. The strange thing is why the whole body of the daughter country can continue to multiply. Jian Wushuang actually asked about it. The rumor is that the goddess left a glance at the spring water, and she conceived after drinking it, and only gave birth to daughters. Jian Wushuang thought, what would happen if a man drank it? That's green. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think too much. After entering the palace, a few people came to a hall. This place should be a partial hall. Now there are many people seated, has thousands of thrones, sitting in a bustling hustle and bustle. Most of them are in the 6 tribulations, and a few are in the 5 tribulations. There will be many masters of the universe. Compare which country Lord can preach and tell his own experience of successfully surviving the catastrophe. Even the masters of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm have come a lot. Jian Wushuang saw a burly man sitting at the front. He had short hair and was avant-garde. His temples were a little pale, and his beard was the same, but the face is extremely resolute, is somewhat similar to the original Sergio, or Sergio is more similar to him. Raksho, the most promising cosmic lord in Shergwa today to enter the 7 tribulations realm, is also a strong man at the same time as the master of the daughter country. Used to stand side by side, but I didn't expect to let the other party overtake it. In addition to Sergio, there are also several masters of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, all of whom are Tianjiao. The status is much higher than the 7 tribulation realm. The forces that came to congratulate this time either came from the Lord of the Universe or from Tribulation Realm. Sunjus are all powerhouses above the 6 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang followed Yanlong's ancestor, very inconspicuous. The ancestor of Yanlong was seated. He and Jin Qin could only stand behind the throne. Ding! A clear and melodious voice rang out, attracting most people's attention. Jian Wushuang also followed the voice, for breaths rose into the sky, coming from outside the hall. Big shot! Everyone held their breath. 4 figures. Standing at the forefront is a middle-aged man with a beard. His face is calm, with a jade hung around his waist, and a pair of deep eyes hides an extremely deep city. Iron Guts! The superpowers sent by the ancient moon god sect to the ancient Wood Continent are not exactly the people of the ancient Wood Continent, can have monstrous power and unfathomable strength in the ancient Wood Continent. Rumor has it that the 8 tribulations realm has combat power. Ancient Wood Continent, the only thing that can crush him is the flame god. The remaining 2 8 tribulations realm had little vitality, and they couldn't make a normal shot at all. Otherwise, Bobby Dis' plan would not go so smoothly. He is the Lord of the Universe, and he is not interested in Bobby D. Holy God! Brother Zhu! For a time, the few 7 tribulation realm powerhouses in the temple stood up to say hello. These 7 calamities are not the ancestors of a party, or the head of a party of forces. I can see the Iron Guts, but he is extremely polite. Compared that he is no longer the Lord of the Universe, and Taidan Shin is the Lord of the Universe at the pinnacle of the 7 tribulations realm. The time to cross the robbery is still very long. Even if it fails to cross the catastrophe, it will have a huge vitality for countless years in the future, will live longer than these old guys, and if it succeeds in crossing the catastrophe, that is the pioneer of the new era. This is why many people are very polite to every master of the 7 tribulations realm universe. Even the 8-star sect, they are extremely kind. In case of a successful crossing of the catastrophe that day, it would be a great opportunity. Iron Daring looked around, leaking a smile, and said calmly, "It seems that it was not too late," then took a seat directly next to the main position. The master, of course, is reserved for the daughter of the country master. Now that the daughter kingdom greets everyone outside, it is a powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm, and he can be regarded as the ancestor of the daughter kingdom. Although the ancestors of the 8 tribulations in the kingdom of the daughters have arrived, there are still a lot of them in the 7 tribulations. At the time, the ancient Wood sect had not yet been established, and there was a daughter country which has a longer history than the ancient Wood sect and even the ancient moon god sect. There are naturally many 7 tribulation realms that were born. In this era, another universe, Lord of the 7 tribulations, has been born, and the daughter kingdom still has the glory of several eras. With the appearance of every big man, there are not many thrones left in the hall. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to record the information of these powerful men, to prepare for future running. The strongest person on the scene is the brave face. The level of life alone surpasses everyone. The strength of the opponent made him think of Qixin. When Kishin's body was revived, he also witnessed this power. Maybe the current is still a little bit behind Qixin, but that power is already very close. The power of the Lord of the Universe is stronger than the feeling that Tribulation Realm gives him. If the catastrophe is a pool of water, then the Lord of the Universe is a sea. A pool of water will eventually dry up. Can be a sea, but it is endless. No wonder Chishin was unwilling to switch to Sanjia. Seems to have seen it through. Chapter 5746. Scattered robbery, only self-destruction. Stay alive, it's better to fight. Now, he has begun to agree with Kishin's approach. Although Kishin's approach would probably count him, he still feels that Chishin is fine. If it were him, he would do the same. In addition to Taidan Shenho, the master of the Seven Tribulations Realm universe, there are also a few Seven Tribulations Realm auras that are unusual, even though there is no origin universe. But his life is still alive. It is estimated that the combat power is no less than those of the Seven Tribulations Realm, who took refuge in Bobby Emperor. I don't know why none of the Seven Tribulations Realm that was released by Emperor Bobby at the time came. He was afraid that the other party would recognize him. Unexpectedly, I didn't see one. It seems that they also have a mission. His clone has been on Bobby Dis spacecraft, and it seems that there is no movement on the surface. Ku Bobby D has worked so hard to make the monster Qi Jiuxiao, and he must have a big plan. Whether it's rekindling the road of cultivation or whatever, it won't be so quiet after all. Something must be done. The more immobile, the greater the proof of the plan. Then the movement will be even greater. This is also good. The greater the movement, the more opportunities he has. Looking at it now, the overall strength of Gumu Continent is pretty good. Is far worse than Qi Jiuxiao. Unless it is the master of the Eight Tribulations Realm universe in the cult, it will not be able to stop Qi Jiuxiao at all. Babidi might also be worried about this, so he hasn't made any moves and wants to find a certain opportunity. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about it, two familiar auras appeared outside the hall, and someone was complaining from afar. Thanks, it's really hard. The red-haired young man snorted coldly and was very upset with his daughter Gogua. Du actually wanted them to come in, but Jian Wushuang and others were picked up. The person here is exactly the two of the blood-clothed men who have had some small holidays with Jian Wushuang and others. These two people do not belong to Gumu Continent. They enter the hall with their heads high, very arrogant. The blood knife ancestor walked in front and even sneered at the Seven Tribulations realm next to him. In their opinion, the comprehensive strength of Gumu Continent is basically enough to compare with Haitian. Dark days and daytime are the two strongest days among the 9 days. As for the 10 places, the collapsed collapse, the withered withered. There are not many to see. Ancient Wood Continent is already relatively well preserved. It's a blood-clothed person, really arrogant. Some of the 6 Tribulations Realm experts whispered, "It is reasonable to be able to let the strong from the outside world come this time. But I didn't expect someone from the blood-clothed door to come. Demon Dao Sect. Ignore Zhu." The blood knife ancestor stepped forward and only nodded to Tai Dan. Tai the Courageous Look is a title. S real name Zhu ignores. A master of the universe at the pinnacle of the Seven Tribulations realm is still worthy of respect. It just seemed that the blood knife ancestor and the iron guts were not on the right path, and neither of them said a word. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes when he saw the tall and bold body. Reminded him of something terrible. The gods who hadn't descended on the ancient Wood Continent at the time were also the people of Haitian. Just entered the ancient Wood sect early and rarely returned to Haitian. But when he was weak, this was also the famous emperor Tianjiao of Haitian. Is a generation with the master of the blood-clothed door today. The two even fought each other during the emperor period. The red-haired young man is the young master of the blood-clothed door, and naturally he has heard rumors about the gods from his father. That's why there is a trace of scruples and fear in my heart. Hee, you are so timid. You really look like your father. Zhu Wusher turned his head and took a look at the red-haired young man before speaking lightly. By this, the red-haired young man jumped with cold sweat on his forehead, so he didn't dare to say a word. The ancestor of the blood knife frowned. When he was the lord of the universe, he was no more than the emperor. According to his seniority, he was still the opponent's senior. Now he threatened the young master of the blood-clothed door. No matter what, he would come out to block it. A violent blood gas rose suddenly, forming a blood shield, directly blocking Zhu Mizu's gaze. He was daring, frowned, and said, "It's still as stingy as before." Although he is also a Haitian person, the most uncomfortable are Haitian people who can only bully the weak and have no courage to challenge the strong. There is no such thing as a strong one. Everyone snickered when they saw the people in the blood-clothed door squat. Sadly, this is a check and balance within Haitian, the ancient, wood-continent powerhouse present. But no one dared to confront the blood-clothed gate. If Black Sky is not good, then Guma continent is not good. Fortunately, he does not belong to any party. I can't put it on his face without shame. Just when the hall was noisy, a fragrance of flowers came, and everyone was stunned. The fragrance of flowers is very special, which makes people instantly enter an ethereal state, feeling comfortable all over and thinking faster. With the fragrance of the flowers, a puff of white dust descended, looking around, raising a wave of majesty. Then came a powerful breath. The Lord of the Daughter Kingdom is here. The Lord of the 7 Tribulation Realm Universe. Everyone withdrew their thoughts one after another and turned their heads to look around in unison. Some people have met this country lord. This time, there are also some friends of the other side who know each other naturally, but they have never seen the Lord who became the Lord of the universe of the 7 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang stood behind the throne. The throne covered half of his face. Only when I looked at him, and he was shocked. In his single eye, a gentlewoman in a white fairy skirt is walking slowly. I don't know if it's the angle or something else. He always felt that the other party was coming towards him. A long and narrow body, with carved facial features and soft skin, like jade. Single round appearance is actually hard to surprise Jian Wushuang. Is that temperament that squeezes the people present to death. This temperament makes people have the desire to conquer. Seeing the gentle gaze of the other party, I wanted to pull it into my arms. Not right. Jian Wushuang shook his head desperately, and after his eyes became clear, he discovered which daughter of the country Lord really came towards him. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was surprised and delighted in his heart. What was surprised was why the other party would notice him as a small person. She can't be said, maybe it is a short heartbeat. For some reason, it suddenly moved the mundane red heart. Made him show no ill will towards the daughter of the country's lord, only full of goodwill. The white skirt floated with the breath, and the daughter of the country's lord came so lightly. Surprised everyone. Many people are puzzled as to why this country lord would go to Yanlong's ancestor. You need to know that the strength of Yanlong ancestor is not too prominent in this hall, and the background is average. Everyone is surprised. Chapter 5747. But the ancestor Yanlong was not surprised. He was not led by that touching tenderness, and his eyes were kind and respectful. But in his mind he recalled that era. When the current Empress Fengqian was still an immortal, he had not changed much from that time. It's all robbery. When I first saw this country lord, the other party was still a little girl. When I saw each other for the second time, Empress Fengqian and her were already inseparable friends. The last time I saw him, the other party begged him with tears. See you now, has been treated respectfully. Your Majesty, Yanlong ancestor, stood up to meet him. Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin behind him also bowed to see each other. Jian Wushuang secretly rejoiced in his heart and waited for the Lord to call him. But the Lord of the kingdom approached, but he said indifferently, "Uncle Yanlong, this one next to you?" With tenderness in her eyes, she was moved when she saw the figure. Staring at the figure behind Yanlong ancestor, her eyes became even more beautiful. Many people were amazed. They didn't expect this humble ancestor Yanlong to be able to talk to the daughter of the kingdom who had just broken through. If it's polite, it's fine. But now it has just appeared, putting aside the iron guts and going to talk to a 6 Tribulation realm powerhouse. Many people envy it. It doesn't matter if Tiden waits, he is not affected by any influence and still sits firmly on the throne. When the time came, the blood knife ancestor on the side swallowed, but he did not lose his mind. But the red-haired young man behind him stared blankly, and his saliva was about to flow out. Fortunately, the blood knife ancestor reminded privately that there was no shame. Otherwise, wait for everyone to react and see the scene, thinking that the people in the blood-clothed door have never seen a woman. Let's talk about Yanlong ancestor's side. After Jian Wushuang heard that sentence, his head was dizzy, thinking that he was talking about himself. Thinking of the sweet voice, he was overjoyed in his heart, and he straightened up and introduced himself. Unexpectedly, the country lord at this time stepped forward, grabbed Jin Chen's raised hand, and said softly, really like Feng Chen. Jian Wushuang's mind kept surging, and finally, driven by Dao Exen, he gradually returned to normal. At this time, I also thought of the matter of the Empress Feng Chen and the daughter of the country leader, and it became clear. Call. Don't live up to it. Jian Wushuang slapped himself fiercely from the bottom of his heart. Daoxin returned to the cold state again. Jin Qin didn't know what was going on and was taken aback. But when he touched the Lord with both hands, there was a warm feeling in the bottom of my heart. Innate goodwill. The ancestor Yanlong looked awkward on the side, then glanced at Jian Wushuang again, with sadness in his eyes. Your mother is okay, the daughter of the country leader asked softly. Jin Qin replied cleverly. Everything is fine, but this time I'm in retreat, and I don't have time to come. She is still so strong. This sentence is very ambiguous. Jian Wushuang smiled at the side. I am afraid that only he and Yanlong ancestors know the inside story. By the way, this is a gift my mother asked me to give to your majesty. Jin Qin thought of the scroll at this time, and quickly took out the scroll with a hand and handed it to the other party. Upon seeing this, the daughter of the country lord looked happy and carefully took the scroll. This gift is the most precious. She is also very happy. Then I found that all eyes were on them. The corners of the eyes were smiling, and I apologized. I will let you all wait a long time. After that, he said to Jin Qin, You guys will go later, and I have something to give to your mother. Then he touched Jin Chen's small head and drifted away. The moment she fell into the dominant position, the aura on her body also changed from gentle to majestic. But the smile on his face still didn't have any deterrent effect, and some were just endless warmth. Congratulate. Start. With countless gifts given, you can have a few words with this country's lord. The last is preaching. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, also listened very carefully. Although he didn't understand many of them, he also benefited a lot. This time the receipt exceeded his expectations. Even for some things, he still wanted to ask which country lord himself. Just his identity. Maybe you can use Jin Chen's identity to talk to the other party for a few words. His current supernatural power has reached 400,000. Under normal circumstances, it is stronger than eternal changes. Now, he urgently needs to merge the divine power with the eternal transformation. The power of the starry sky no longer only increases the original source, but also increases the divine power. In this way, the eternal change will once again become stronger. At that time, his strength will skyrocket. It's just that now he only has this idea, but he can't figure out how to do it. If one or two of the countries Lord pointed him, he might be able to find a way to make a breakthrough. Normally 400,000 supernatural powers can reach 500,000 supernatural powers when using the power of the beast to reach the limit state. It is very difficult for him to achieve this combat power now that he is performing eternal changes. But if it can connect to the divine power, the two increase each other. His combat power may be able to fight the 5 tribulations realm, and it is not a problem with the original Dylan battle. In the holy meeting, there must be a fight. At that time, he is an emperor, and it is difficult for him to play a key role. Now, he can't directly become the master of the universe. and can only seek to create a secret method to increase his combat power. The congratulatory ceremony lasted for several days. Some forces that have a good relationship with the daughter country will not want to go away, and they want to see the master alone again. Jian Wushuang and others naturally stayed. Old ancestor, can you talk about the original country lord and mother's queen? Jin Qin took Yanlong ancestor, wanting to hear the story of the original mother queen and this country lord. Yanlong ancestor's complexion was pulled. I don't know what to say. Empress Fengqin didn't tell her daughter about this. Obviously, she didn't want Jin Qin to know about it. But this time I asked Jin Qin to come. But I wanted to make my daughter befriend this super existence. The abacus is very good. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. In the situation of Yugua, I had to choose this way. The ancestor Yanlong hit the mandarin ducks, but he still came here with a cheeky. In the face of absolute strength, everything can be put down. The female emperor at the time gave up her love for strength. Now, for the sake of Yugua, he put down his face again. The two shouldn't be in contact anymore. Although the ancestor Yanlong couldn't hang on his face, he was still happy. If the Yu country can hold the thigh of the daughter country, it will be a lot more stable in the future, be regarded as a strong and reliable ally. The three of them were arranged in a different courtyard by the people of the daughter country. The layout of the courtyard is very ordinary and very warm. There is a tree full of peach blossoms and a well. Next to the tree is a small pavilion. The three of them sat in it, and Jian Wushuang sat in the middle to make tea. He was not curious. The ancestor, Yanlong, definitely wouldn't talk about this kind of thing, so he didn't ask it from beginning to end. Chapter 5748. Waiting for the daughter of the country master to arrive. And this time he was not in Shirgua's team, and seeing Fan Tianfeng, he probably didn't come. It is a pity. It seems that I can only pray that I will not meet her in Shirgua. Jian Wushuang thought so in his heart. In accordance with the plan, he was going to leave now. But the relationship between the female emperor and the Yu country was more unusual than he thought. Just wait a while. Originally thinking, which empress must have a conversation with those powerful powerhouses first, but did not expect them to enter the small courtyard with their front feet. Just soaking a pot of tea, the other party will come. The daughter of the country master. From the congratulations, Jian Wushuang also knew the right real name. Yunji. There is no royal family in the daughter country. Anyone can be the master of the country. If we talk about the royal family, then everyone is an ancestor. In the kingdom of daughters, everyone thinks they're the descendants of the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space. It's just that no one outside recognizes it. If this is admitted, isn't Guyu Shirkong belong to the kingdom of daughters? Ancient moon god sect would not agree either. Has been vehemently denied. Still have to speak with strength. If the 9 tribulations powerhouse appears in the daughter country. In other words, there have been several masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. Even the gods can't help it, can only admit. Yunji stayed the same, pushed open the wooden door and walked in casually. Yanlong ancestor quickly took the lead and got up, respectfully and worship. Yunji came here alone without any pretensions. Uncle Yanlong, you are welcome. There are no outsiders here. After speaking, he looked at Jin Qin. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang quickly poured tea and water. Yunji just sat beside Jin Qin casually. Jin Qin was somewhat restrained at first. After chatting, he let go of his figure and asked about Yunji's country, lord and the Empress Fengqin. Jian Wushuang also raised his ears and listened. I thought the other party wouldn't say it. Unexpectedly, I really said it. It just covers up that layer of sentiment. At close range, feeling the aura of the universe master of the 7 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, but he still sat aside honestly without any sockets. The ancestor Yanlong felt that the conversation was a little far away, but he couldn't say anything. He just pretended to be dead. Lord, when I parted with my mother and queen, why didn't I have contact with each other for so many years? Jin Qin asked curiously, but after asking it out, he remembered that this topic seemed a bit sensitive. There must be some stories in it, but the Lord Yunji didn't say it. After Yunji heard it, she was not angry, but looked up and looked far away, without answering for a long time. Upon seeing this, Jin Chin quickly apologized and blamed himself for saying the wrong thing. "Don't blame you." Yunji shook his head, then took the initiative to change the subject and said, "In the future, you don't need to call me the lord of the country. Just call me Aunt Yun immediately." Jin Chen was very pleased with this and immediately yelled a few times. Jian Wushuang poured the tea for so long and found that the other party still didn't notice him. He was a little anxious, but there was nothing to turn off the topic, so he could only wait. Yunji moved his gaze at this time and found that Jian Wushuang had a causal entanglement with Jin Chin and asked, "This must be your husband." "I forgot to introduce him. His name is Jian Wushuang. He just married me." Jin Chin replied heartily. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang offered tea again. Yunji looked at him up and down and said, "A talented person with good strength. Feng Qin has a good vision. The country lord is absurdly praised, and the juniors are lucky enough to be in the eyes of the empress." Jian Wushuang's respectful attitude finally touched the other party. Yunji smiled and shook his head. No, your strength is really good." Originally, it was just polite words, but I didn't expect the other party to insist on it again and again. Jian Wushuang's gaze suddenly changed, and his strength had been seen through by the opponent. The supernatural power of 400,000 is useless, no matter how restrained. Luck. Jian Wushuang quickly replied modestly. Yunji heard it and didn't ask much. At this moment, Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to express his doubts and beg the other party to answer. This scene made Yanlong's ancestor very gratified and wanted to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, Jin Chen, the little girl, doesn't understand. Otherwise, it would not have been for so long in vain. Let me say something useful, not for the sake of the country, but also for the sake of yourself. You see, Jian Wushuang stepped forward to fight for it by himself. Jian Wushuang directly expressed his doubts, looking forward to the answer from the Lord Yunji. This is the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, with the origin of divine power, one level with Qixin. He didn't have a chance to come into contact with this level of boss, but this time he was able to get an explanation for free. It's also a great opportunity. Hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, Lord Yunji nodded and asked indifferently, "Your divine power and origin have not yet been condensed. If you want to increase each other, you actually need to reach the tribulation realm, but the secret method can also make up for this defect. It's just that I think your current strength should be reached by the Emperor, and there is no need to waste time studying this secret technique. When you reach the tribulation realm, your divine power and origin will merge, and you can get an increase without the secret technique." Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, practicing according to the divine power, which is indeed the case. But he is a time-space practitioner. His original space does not integrate divine power, but the birth time. When he reached the tribulation realm, what he cultivated was time. It has nothing to do with divine power. Even in the tribulation realm, he couldn't directly increase his divine power. Now that the other party asked, he simply said it. "Lord Yunji, I am not a divine power practitioner, but a heritage, the origin of time and space for cultivation." Hear the word time and space. Yunji frowned slightly. The ancestor Yanlong was also a little puzzled. Jin Chen is a little curious. She still doesn't know what time and space represent. The ancestor Yanlong couldn't help but said, "You are so powerful. How can it be the time and space for cultivation?" "This may be because of my special physique." After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he slowly got up, directly used the ancient changes. At this time, the eternal change, the strength is no different from normal. Divine power has caught up with his original combat power. That's why he wants the combination of the two. This is the source of the increase of divine power, but it is also the source of the increase of divine power. The supernatural power after the eternal changes, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. The combat power will soar to another level. The three of them were all taken aback when they saw the blue breath on Jian Wushuang's body. Jin Qin had seen it at that time and was not too surprised, but when he saw it again, he still felt a little weird. The emperor would be so strong. The ancestor Yanlong had heard of Jian Wushuang in the past, and this time he was surprised to see Jian Wushuang explode. Sure enough, listening to the scene is worse than watching the scene. Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than the rumors. The Lord Yunji saw that Jian Wushuang in this form consumes a lot of money, and it is not as powerful as it was when he displayed his supernatural power in the normal state. End of this chapter. Chapter 5749. Call. Jian Wushuang collected this form. It is indeed very expensive, but when they grow up, they are more powerful than divine power, and the upper limit is different. It doesn't make sense with these people, so there is no need to say it. Just need to help him answer. This sentence is true to compare the differences, and do not seek each other. Your state just consumed so much, but you are obsessed with time and space together. It seems that you have a lot of opportunity. It is not impossible to combine time and space with divine power. It is just that the price is very high. My heart disease, after going to the tribulation realm. Lord Yunji answered indifferently. However, Jian Wushuang insisted and said firmly, "Only by being able to merge, I will not hesitate. There is courage." The Lord Yunji praised. The ancestor Yanlong was also pleased and encouraged. Jian Wushuang, you have such a firm path. In the future, the Yu kingdom will not become your shackles, but will be your help. At this time, the ancestor Yanlong did not forget to paint Jian Wushuang. Jin Qin didn't feel anything when he arrived, but felt that Jian Wushuang was stronger than her now. After the Lord of the Universe, it would be different. The bottom of my heart is still not giving up. Since you keep insisting, I will tell you a way. I don't know if you can succeed, and you need a foreign object, which is not too precious. I have a good friend in Shurgua. He should still have it. Quite a few. If you are in a hurry, you can visit him directly. Bring this piece of uncut jade, and he will understand it. After the country, Lord Yunji finished speaking. He held Wenyu and entered the method of fusion of divine power into jade. Inside, Jian Wushuang quickly took it if he had won the treasure. The lord of the country is great. The kid will never forget it. If there is a need in the future, I, Jian Wushuang, must be sad. This sentence is true. The grace of giving karma, no matter where it is greater than heaven. Same as parents. The Lord Yunji smiled and looked at Jin Qin, but the words were for Jian Wushuang. I don't need your front and rear horses, as long as you treat this girl well. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of something and added, You owe Jin Qin a favor. She could see that Jian Wushuang and Jin Qin had cause and effect, but they were not Taoists. It should be nominal. It's just that you can't directly ask about this kind of thing. That's why I changed my mouth. After Jian Wushuang heard this, the corners of his eyes moved, and he agreed. From the bottom of my heart, I also thought to myself that it should be the Lord Yunji, who knew that he was just playing with Jin Qin. After being seated again, after a short while, Lord Yunji seemed to have received a voice from someone, frowned, and left first. He also told Jin Qin that he would spend a few days in the daughter country, and then talk to each other when they are finished. Jian Wushuang also took advantage of this opportunity to go to Shi Kingdom. He directly absorbed the information in that piece of Wenyu, and he was also preparing to cultivate. The senior who went to visit Shurgua was the Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm, but he was not from Shurgua, or even a strong man in Gomu continent. It's just that one of the seniors was a casual cultivator and had no fixed residence, so he settled in Shurgua. He happened to be refining the sword blank, and he got 2 birds with 1 stone. You can even use which senior to help you find a master of casting. It's a multitude of things in one fell swoop. Ancestor Yanlong, I will go ahead and go to Stone Country. You don't need to wait for me. I will come back before the holy meeting comes. Well, be careful, if necessary. You can use the background of your country. Jean Chin was attracted by his daughter's country when he arrived, and had no interest in where Jian Wushuang was going. It's just that when I heard Shirgua, there was a strange expression in his eyes. Jian Wushuang pretended not to see it at all, and left directly through the air. When he left, in the palace above the capital, 2 other people also left the daughter country. These 2 are the people of the blood-clothed gate. They were originally to win over the daughter of the countries, lured to cooperate with the blood-clothed gate to explore a mysterious realm in the universe. Unexpectedly, it was directly rejected. That secret realm must go by the Lord of the universe. There are only a few masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, and everybody harbors ghosts, and it is the future of every major sect. There is little cooperation with the outside world. Even if it was cooperation, the bloody Cloak himself was worried. So I focused on the Yunji country lord, a strong man who has just become the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm is easy to control. But I didn't expect to be rejected directly. The blood knife ancestor was very angry. Humph, a newly promoted 7 tribulation realm universe master. So arrogant. She will definitely regret it in the future. The red-haired young man couldn't hate it. He was extremely obsessed with which Yunji, country master. Seeing his appearance, the ancestor of the blood knife seemed to give him a knife. A breath flicked across, and the blood knife ancestor research became fascinated. It's a guy from the country of Vietnam. They are so lucky, and they know their daughter, the leader of the country. The ancestor of the blood knife was a little jealous. Hearing Yugua, the red-haired youth's eyes changed and became fierce. Elder Bloodblade, why don't we go and kill them and the little lady over? At this time, an evil fire rose in his abdomen, and the Lord Yunji did not dare to infect it. But a princess of Yu Kingdom is not just taking it casually. Even if it was looted, the Yu country did not dare to pursue it. The blood knife ancestor was also angry at this time. Originally, it was just an angry word, but now I really want to do it. Anyway, they're not from Gumu continent either. No, there is only a breath of air leaving. The little girl you are thinking about probably hasn't left. The ancestor of the blood knife shook his head. The red-haired young man was a little disappointed and said, "Forget it, an old bone. I don't want to chew." Thanks. It's not the old guy Yanlong. It's an emperor or the one who shot at you. It seems to be called Jian Wushuang. The strength is pretty good. The blood knife ancestor laughed, hearing that it was Jian Wushuang. The red-haired young man raised his interest again and said, "You can kill him. The origin of an emperor Tianjiao, but it's delicious." Chase. The breath of the blood knife ancestor wrapped the red-haired youth, escaped into the void, and began to follow Jian Wushuang. It is unwise to make a move here. It is better to leave the daughter country. Jian Wushuang, who was flying in the void, didn't know that he had been spotted, and it's not a group of people. Okanshu. CM, there is still a pair of eyes staring at him. He also knew the owner of these eyes, and it can be said to be very familiar. A pair of copper bell-like eyes, a thin body, and dark green skin. It's not Bobby. Who else can it be? The cosmic boat at this time, seeming to be turbulent in time and space, has actually reached the daughter country quietly. The Lord Yunji became the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe, and this matter was quite sensational. It is more sensational than the holy meeting. The holy society still has some attraction to the strong below the 6 tribulations realm. However, there is no attraction to the powerhouses above the 6 tribulations realm. Chapter 5750. That is to say, when the holy meeting opens, the willow sacred tree will also be open for people to visit and practice under the tree. It can also attract some strong people to come. Under the willow tree, it can absorb vitality. It is a good place for spiritual practice. will attract a lot of seven tribulations realm to come. As for the Lord of the universe in the seven tribulations realm, even the Lord of the universe in the six tribulations realm can't look down upon it, unless you open Wanlu Shenmu. Otherwise, there is nothing worthy of nostalgia in ancient Wood Continent. Most of the time, I went to explore the secret realm of Outland, or some mainland ruins. Among the 10 places, there are many relics. Hui Qing said that the ancient moon remains, is one of them, ancient moon continent. In the past 10 places, it was comparable to the daytime in 9 days. Unfortunately, it has now turned into coke. There are countless prohibitions. The master of the universe in the seven tribulations realm was unable to explore in depth. Very few treasures were obtained, and slowly few people came. 9 heavens and 10 earth, very big. There are countless secret realms. The Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm and the Lord of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm will both go to trespass. The robbers have no hope of being promoted, but for the sake of vitality, they will also go to some places where vitality is born. It's just less. There are many masters of the universe in the outer domain, and there are many tribulation realms in 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is also why Jian Wushuang encountered very few masters of the universe, and most of them were Sanjia. Back then, in the Eternal Kingdom, he encountered the strongest master of the universe, and he was only in the 4 tribulations realm. He had never encountered the Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. If it weren't for entering the Jiwa Kingdom, he wouldn't even be able to see the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. Most people come into contact with people like Wuli. This visit to Yunji Kingdom Lord, the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, also delayed the blessing of Yu Kingdom. No wonder Elder Mu Qin would be envious. How many powerful people will never see a master of the 7 tribulations realm universe in their lifetime? Let's talk about it. Flying along the void, he needs 2 hours to leave the daughter country. It takes 3 days to get to Shergua. It's already fast. He didn't conceal anything now, and all 400,000 divine powers exploded. The blood knife ancestor who followed behind frowned. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have 400,000 times the supernatural power, although he was a powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm, just like the Lord Yunji. But the Lord Yunji is the Lord of the universe. Vision and perception are all different. The Lord of the universe is to release, and the robbery is to shrink. The universe is like a blooming flower. The catastrophe is the withered flower. This world is like this. There will be blooming, there will be withering. Since ancient times, throughout the long river of time and space, there have also been 3 superpowers who have truly lived forever. Such a strong person is rarely encountered. Even the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm could not see it. It belongs to the existence of Shenlong seeing the end but not the head. Jian Wushuang himself did not dare to think so far. The master of time and space in the fantasy should be at that level. Travel time and space. Today, he has initially grasped some of the origin of time. The road to time and space is still far away. In an instant, his figure was constantly shifting in the void. Jian Wushuang's deity was taken aback for a moment. He seemed to feel another self. Is his clone. He could feel that breath as long as it was not far apart. How can I appear here? Jian Wushuang was shocked. According to his speculation, the clone followed Bobby D and should have left Gomu Continent. How could I be near him in an instant? At this time, his deity was in the territory of the magic kingdom of the 16 kingdoms of grass. There is still some distance from Shergua. Feeling the breath of his own clone, it also proves that Bobby D is nearby. He quickly compressed his breath, restrained his vitality, and then fell to the ground. The moment he disappeared, the 2 blood-clothed men who were chasing after them had their eyes flickering. The blood knife ancestor said strangely, "He seems to have found us." His eyes kept staring at Jian Wushuang's position. although it is impossible to detect it now, but it also knows the approximate location. The breath on his body shook, and the red-haired young man instantly reached the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared. It's weird that I can't feel the breath anymore. The blood knife ancestor frowned. The red-haired young man was also very surprised and said, "An emperor can hide his aura to this extent. In front of a seven tribulations realm, it is still possible to cover up the breath without being discovered. I am afraid that only the Lord of the Universe in the five tribulations realm can do it." So the red-haired young man was very surprised. He didn't even have the confidence, hiding in front of the seven tribulations realm and still not being discovered. The ability of an emperor to do this not only surprised him, but also made him very jealous. It's no use concealing it. This place is so big, the seven tribulations realm can be destroyed instantly. You can't hide. It can be hidden without being discovered by the seven tribulation realm powerhouses. But the strength does not have the seven tribulations realm. Find out it's dead. But they didn't know that Jian Wushuang was hiding from these two at all, but hiding from the terrifying Bobby D. Jian Wushuang, who hides into a turbulent flow, rushes along the direction of the wind. Long ago no longer in the original position. Now he is completely hidden and unable to conduct large-scale investigations. I didn't know that he was being chased by two parties at the same time. What he is most worried about now is Bobby D. If the deity falls into the hands of Emperor Bobby, it is over. On the blood knife ancestor's side, he didn't know that there was still a super-existence here, standing in the void with one hand behind him. He immediately shouted angrily, "Humph, I really thought it covered my breath. I didn't know you were here." This angry shout made the entire Devil Kingdom tremble. The powerhouses of the Devil Kingdom appeared one after another, but no one dared to check it. "Ancestor, are you a powerhouse in the seven tribulations realm?" In the Demon King capital, a group of robbers are waiting for the ancestors to speak. Faced with the sudden emergence of the strong, they were also panicked. "Don't be messed up. It shouldn't be aimed at my demon country. Just treat it as if you haven't seen it." The ancestors of the Devil Kingdom chose forbearance. He is also a seven tribulations realm himself, but now he has too little vitality and the price of his actions is too high. As long as a strong stranger does not threaten the capital, he will not take action. As for the master of the universe of the Demon Kingdom, is only digital, and the strongest is only in the four tribulations realm, not even as good as the U Kingdom. It belongs to the low period. There is no right to offend a vigorous and many seven tribulation realm powerhouses. The ancestor of the blood knife did not put the Devil Kingdom in his eyes at all. If the other party dared to come, he would be very rude to kill a strong person of the same level. A lingering seven tribulations realm is not as threatening as a six tribulations realm master of the universe. Inside the space boat, Bobby and Dylan are both in the control room. At this time, their position is in the Devil Kingdom. The target is not here, but the country of daughters. The anger just now shocked this terrifying existence. Chapter 57-51. Bobby D is also very knowledgeable. This is the first time I have seen such a fearless death. Thanks Tusk, he was able to discover the cosmic boat. His strength is good. Bobby D shook the strange vessel in his hand. At this time, he thought that the blood knife ancestor was talking about the universe boat. It's no wonder that he was wrong. But even though the current cosmic arc is still in the deep void, a cosmic master above the five tribulations realm can observe this behemoth for a little while. The blood knife ancestor of the seven tribulations realm found that it was also normal. The blood knife ancestor failed to cross the robbery in a very short time. The vitality in the body is also abundant, far from reaching the point where you need to sleep. This combat power is no less than the seven tribulations realm of the Gumu sect. Standing behind Emperor Bobby, Dylan saw the blood knife ancestor in the crystal ball, with killing intent in his eyes. "I don't know how to live or die." The current Dylan, once again transformed by Bobby D, is terribly strong. There is also a chance of winning against the ancestor of the blood knife, the top powerhouse of the seven tribulations realm. Today, Emperor Bobby has created a rudimentary method for the cultivation of the powerful. Dylan is the first. In addition to Qi Jiuxiao and the soul of the Emperor, Dylan is the strongest fighter under Bobby Emperor. Dylan, who has sword and strength, also wants to show his strength. At this time, the blood knife ancestor in front of him is a good opponent, and he pleaded, "Dear Lord Babidi, please let me be with that person. War, just need a stick of incense, I can kill him." "Haha, are you very confident in your own strength?" Babidi sneered, then nodded, pointed his finger, and then took a circle at Dylan's feet, and Dylan disappeared into the control room. In the void, the cosmic boat also stopped. The Soul Tindi and the others also felt an aura rising, and they walked out of the secret room one after another, and Jian Wushuang's clone was no exception. Through the huge French windows, they can see the void of the outside world. When Jian Wushuang saw people from outside, he was stunned. "It's him." Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the other side's appearance. Bobby Emperor probably didn't deal with him. It's just that he didn't expect why Babidi suddenly appeared here. It should be a matter of the daughter country, because now there is no need for Emperor Bobby to be so fanatical for a seven tribulation realm powerhouse. Qi Jiuxiao's strength can definitely rank in the top 3 in the entire Gomu continent. Half a step in the 9 tribulations realm. Even if you encounter the master of the universe at the peak of the 8 tribulations realm, you are not afraid. Even in the right cosmic dojo, there is a complete battle. With such a powerful helper, Bobby Emperor should look down upon these gangsters. What kind of blood knife ancestor is even Haitian can be destroyed? And now Bobby Emperor actually let Dylan play. Many people are very puzzled. Dylan's strength, they know, at most 7 catastrophes. I'm afraid many opponents. When they felt the rising breath, they all understood. The method of Bobby D has been created because the strength of Bobby D is constantly rising, but there is no vitality in the body. This has already explained the problem. Master Bobby. The Soul Tindi looked at the core compartment. Now, these people, they are no longer lost, but have an endless future. Once they get this method, they will rise again, especially the Soul Heaven Emperor. He now has the power of the 8 tribulations realm, and once he obtains the method, he can step into the 8 tribulations realm steadily. Even the ordinary combat power of the 8 tribulations realm is much stronger than the original half-step, and it can continue to grow stronger. At this time, their hearts are filled with joy. It's overwhelming. Sure enough, it was right with Bobby D. They were the first group of strong men to take refuge in Bobby D, and they will also be intensively cultivated in the future. This method allows them all to enter the 8 tribulations realm. Dylan now has the top combat power in the 7 tribulations realm. The outside world is empty. Dylan was dressed in weird clothes, the same style as Barbie, with a blue skin behind him, his forehead with tentacles that hadn't fully grown out, and sharp ears. His appearance changed the eyes of the blood knife ancestor. 7 tribulations. But when he looked at Dylan now, he could only see that Dylan had the ordinary combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic either. Are you a strong man in the Devil Kingdom? The blood knife ancestor stood high above him and didn't put Dylan in his eyes at all. The red-haired young man also held his head proudly. The ordinary 7 tribulations realm is indeed nothing to be afraid of. Dylan looked at these 2 people, but nothing changed. Seeing that Dylan didn't answer, the blood knife ancestor frowned, then looked at the red-haired youth and smiled. "It looks like a fool." The red-haired young man also laughed wildly. The ancestor of the blood knife directly drew out the blood knife of 10,000 feet, and his figure continued to climb. His left hand condensed a wave of 1,000,000 divine power at will, and directly threw it towards the mainland below. "You want to stop me? You can do it at any time." The blood knife ancestor didn't care. His top combat power in the Seven Tribulations realm is not afraid of the ancient Wood continent except for the masters of the universe and the flame gods. Even the Shinmu king, he is fearless. Dylan clenched his fists in both hands, ignored the arrogant blood knife ancestor, but began to explode the power of death in his body. The power of death runs wildly, and his divine power is constantly erupting. The blood knife ancestor was stunned. He saw Dylan's strength very clearly. The Seven Tribulations realm was not the Lord of the universe. Logically speaking, no matter how much vitality there is in the body, it cannot break out again. Why the other party is constantly getting stronger, just like the Lord of the universe, unwilling to do it. Dylan ignored it, and his divine power rose directly from 1 million to 5 million. Feeling the divine power surging in his body, the constant sensation made him crazy. The blood knife ancestor was completely shocked. The voice trembled and said, 1.5 million supernatural powers? In the Seven Tribulations realm, the bottom line is more than 1 million supernatural powers. The power of 1.5 million is nothing. It's just that Dylan's outbreak is very life-consuming. The blood knife ancestor didn't dare to play like this, but he didn't know that Dylan now uses the power of death completely and does not live on vitality at all. Dylan leaked a sneer at this time, stretched out 2 fingers, and spoke to the blood knife ancestor for the first time. My peak is 2 million supernatural powers, Sky. The blood knife ancestor was shocked, and then thought of something, disdainfully said, My peak, there's still 3 million. Obviously, he was a little unwilling to believe it. 2 million supernatural powers. That is the normal divine power of the universe, master of the Seven Tribulations realm. His current divine power can also burst to 8 million, which is considered the top combat power of the Seven Tribulations realm. When I was the Lord of the universe, the normal state was more than 2 million, and the peak of 3 million was no problem. Chapter 5752. But in the Seven Tribulations realm, without the blessings of the universe, it is still a bit difficult to think about 2 million. If the universe collapsed, it would be fine. He couldn't do it now. Naturally, he didn't believe Dylan could do it. He regarded Dylan as a powerhouse in the Devil Country, and he didn't look down upon it, even if it broke out with 5 million supernatural powers. 1.5 million is enough to deal with this kind of loose robbery of you. Dylan shot directly as soon as he finished his voice. The figure broke out unconsciously and directly transformed into a huge size. Otherwise, it is not enough to carry more than 1 million divine power, unless it is the origin or the physical body is extremely special, such as special life. The blood knife ancestor immediately yelled and threw the red-haired young man into the turbulent flow of time and space, reminding him, That kid should have escaped. You take the opportunity to chase him, and this person will be handed over to me. Ancestor, be careful. The red-haired young man replied calmly chasing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's clone is to watch this scene steadily, and his deity appeared on the border of the demon kingdom and stopped by the way. He has to wait for a red-haired young man, a master of the universe in the 4 Tribulations realm. There is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, lead the opponent into the Stone Country. Stay away from Emperor Bobby, and it will not be too late to start. It's just that the opponent is not pleasing to the eye, so I just practiced my hand. He hadn't used the 400,000 supernatural power yet. Seeing Dylan and Blood Knife each erupt, his hands were itchy. The match between Dylan and the Blood Knife ancestor was extremely exciting. Jian Wushuang's deity waited while watching through the clone. Above the void, a white breath burst, 2 tens of thousands of feet, like a ghost flashing around. Jian Wushuang watched the excitement, but he couldn't trace the point of each shot of the 2. Can only watch the excitement. The Soul Tiandi and the others were really excited. Dylan's divine power, although it has not been exploded, but he is supported by the power of death, and his divine power is unlimited. On the other hand, the top power of the seven tribulations realm cannot support such a large consumption at all. It will only become weaker and weaker. Diluin has adapted to his current divine power and has begun to suppress the other party. The soul, Tiendi whispered from the side. Everyone nodded, frequently. Jian Wushuang was an emperor he could understand, but he could not understand. You can only see the afterimages left behind after each fight between the two. Now this piece of emptiness is almost full of afterimages, full of millions of Tao. Every afterimage is the image left behind when the two fight each other. Because the speed is too fast, it even affects time, causing their bodies to break through the dimension of space and go to another place. But the shadow is still in its original position. Time is too late to react. The powerhouse with 1,000,000 supernatural powers is really powerful and terrifying. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. The battle at this time is not like the one in the Eternal Kingdom. When the Soul Heaven Emperor made his move and charged up, he could see clearly, and he could also feel the terrifying aura of the 8 tribulations realm. But now it's different. Now they are two powerful men of equal strength fighting each other. The time in the Eternal Kingdom was a unilateral crush. Look, Dylan is breaking out again. Everyone's eyes moved again. Jian Wushuang was desperately looking for it. This time Dylan stopped his figure, folded his hands, and then raised it to the sky with a loud shout. The surrounding void and countless shadows instantly shattered. Dylan was covered with electric arcs, his figure shrank, and his power exploded. The supernatural power of 2,000,000 was fully revealed. The blood knife ancestor was panting at this time, and the time when the two fought a stick of incense. Each time they fought against each other with high intensity. Each time they wished to tilt their whole body divine power. This kind of battle seldom played after his universe collapsed. Happiness is very enjoyable, and he also shocked Dylan's madness. Foul offense. He doesn't care about his own vitality. From disdain to shock. Now he is a little desperate. You are the Lord of the universe. The blood knife ancestor was flustered, his breath was unstable, his chest was up and down, his throat was sweet, and he spouted blood. After Dylan broke out, he slowly walked towards the blood knife ancestor, ignored the opponent's surprise, and said to himself, "The time for a stick of incense is coming soon." It seemed to walk slowly, but the speed was astonishingly fast. With a punch, it directly smashed the blood cloak on the blood knife ancestor. Puff! The blood knife's eyes shrank, and his divine power continued to decline. From 8,000,000 to 5,000,000. The blood spewed out, and it fell to about 1,000,000. Before he could react, it was another punch. Hit the front door of the blood knife ancestor. With this punch, the blood knife ancestor completely lost his combat power. Dead. Dylan is like a demon in the slaughter. No one can stop him, and he feels full of oppression. In his hand, a blood-colored diamond realm condensed, piercing directly towards the chest of the blood knife ancestor. At this moment, the blood knife ancestor exhausted his breath and desperately blocked it. The blood knife lay across his chest. At the same time, he used the transmission treasure to inform the blood-clothed door of the things in this place. Dark days. The master of the blood-clothed door, the contemporary top cosmic master of the 7 tribulations realm. He is also the father of the red-haired youth. What? There is a death crisis in the blood knife, and Shower is here too. The blood-clothed sect master frowned. Haitian, the strongest 8-star sect. The person in charge of the blood-clothed door. The strongest family, the Lord of the Night family. At this moment, the eyes flickered, and the next moment there was a communication token which informed another super powerhouse in Gumo continent, a powerhouse who also had some connections with him. The only one who can help him now is that person. Although somewhat reluctant, a top elder in the 7 tribulations realm and his son are still in Gumo continent. If the blood knife died, his son would also die. The news came out. Ancient Wood continent, daughter country. In an exquisite small courtyard, A middle-aged man with a long and narrow body trembles when he sees the content on the token. Yi Lingyun, would you also beg me? Tai Dan looked forward to leaking an undetectable dark smile. At the beginning, the two were fighting so fiercely, he kept beating the young patriarch of Haishan's first family. It was also because of this incident that he was squeezed out by He Tian and came to Guma continent. Although he entered the Guyue divine sect, he was not afraid of someone asking for trouble. It's just that He Tian is completely controlled by Yejia, and Guyu Xinjiao can't help it. So he took the initiative to apply and came to Guma continent. Yi Lingyun, he didn't treat the opponent as an opponent, but the opponent has always regarded him as an opponent. I didn't expect to beg him this time. I'm going out for a trip. You are waiting here. If any country lord comes, he will say that I have something to leave for a few days. Tai the courageous confession, then tore the void and left the daughter country directly. It can almost be said that he was in the void of the demon kingdom in an instant. Not good. Sol Tiendi and others reacted fastest, but they cannot go out directly in the spacecraft. At this time, Emperor Bobby also noticed the incoming person with a single finger and directly led the Sol Tiendi and others out of the spaceship. Chapter 57-53. He didn't need his order. The Emperor's Soul Heaven took the lead and directly stopped the Iron Guts. When Tai Dan looked at the many powerful men who came in, he exclaimed, "It's really lively. Brother Zhu, don't come unharmed." The Soul Heaven Emperor's voice was cold, not like saying hello, more like a provocation. He had long looked upset with Tai's courage. At this time, it is possible to use the power of Bobby D to kill the opponent. He knew the strength of the iron, courageous spirit. He knew that the pinnacle 7 tribulations realm was still the master of the universe. It was not much different from his current combat power. With his current strength alone, he has no confidence to kill the opponent. However, don't forget there is a super existence in the spacecraft. Qi Jiuxiao. If Qi Jiuxiao was willing to make a move, a universe master in the 7 tribulations realm would really be nothing. It all depends on what Bobby D wants to do. As long as Emperor Bobby nodded, Qi Jiuxiao would definitely make a move. Jian Wushuang, who came with him, tried his best to let himself be at the end of the crowd, his aura restrained, and he did not dare to show his head. I don't know if anyone will pay attention to him, but the blood knife ancestor but knew him. If it gets recognized, it's not good. Fortunately, Dylan's shot was ruthless just now, and now the blood knife ancestor is left with a sigh of relief, and it should be difficult to pay him any more. On the other side, an unknowing red-haired young man was still chasing him. At this time, both of them have arrived in the territory of Shurgua. It's time for him to do it. As for the battlefield over the Devil Kingdom, he could feel that Bobby D had no arrogant plan to kill anyone at the site, especially dealing with the Lord of the Universe. Bobby didn't seem interested. Moreover, Tai Den Shinho was the strong man of the ancient moon cult. Once it was beheaded, it would pierce the sky. Although Emperor Bobby is not afraid of Qi Jiuxiao, it is too much trouble now that he has broken through the sky. The most important thing at the moment is his plan. So when he saw the opponent appear, he directly led in and out. If the blood knife is not dead, he will also take it away. Anyway, it will be sooner or later. It's just this scene. Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to see it. It is best to kill them all and then leave quickly. He didn't want to be recognized. Bobby D took the people and confronted the Iron Guts. Jian Wushuang's deity, like walking a dog with a red-haired youth, plunged into a dangerous place in the Stone Country. This place is Lefengpo. It is said that an innate creature has fallen. That being, the natural lord of the universe, is extremely powerful, much more powerful than the 9 beast gods in Morwa time and space. Each is the 7 tribulations realm. It's just that no matter how powerful these innate creatures are, they will eventually fall into the hands of the strong. The strong human race, the ancestor of the Stone Country. At the peak, killing such innate creatures is extremely simple. The fallen innate creatures, their bodies fell on this place, together with the source of divine power, all poured into the valley here. Lufengpo was formed since then. After countless times of exploration, there are no secrets anymore, not to mention the Lord of the Universe. Even the Emperor is rarely involved. That is, this place is extremely vast. Many people came to try their luck. Jian Wushuang chose to be here, also to conceal people's eyes and ears. Those forbidden forces could not stop him at all. The wanton collision shattered the space in this place. The red-haired young man was chasing after him and saw Jian Wushuang going through dangerous places. He thought Jian Wushuang was the end of the road, but he didn't know that this place was his fall. Boy, you can't escape. If you stop now, I can consider accepting you as a dog. The red-haired young man laughed wildly, just like hunting, chasing Jian Wushuang with ease. Jian Wushuang, who was flying in the front, looked back and felt that it was almost enough. Has reached the deepest part of Lufengpo. No one can enter this place. In the past, there have been cosmic masters who have come through the tribulation realm and have some weaknesses. It's gone now. Not afraid of being seen by outsiders. Jian Wushuang bent his legs and stopped abruptly, then slowly straightened his body without turning around. After a breath, the red-haired youth also chased him. Turn your back to each other. His hand is constantly shaking, always ready to draw the sword. This battle depends on how strong it is. There is nowhere to run. The red-haired young man raised his head proudly, his expression cold. Song. Click. A series of voices sounded at the same time. Jian Wushuang drew his sword in an instant, tapped his toes, and leaned back. The Jueyun's sword in his hand was already out. The divine power on his body directly exploded to 400,000. All this was very fast. Jian Wushuang used the true meaning of time, and at this moment the time of Luo Fengpa stopped for a while. The master of the universe of the four tribulations realm, the young master of the blood-clothed door, did not even react. When he wanted to draw a knife to resist, his eyes had already begun to tilt. The flesh broke instantly. A blood mist erupted, and he was completely stunned. The blood mist recasts the flesh. This is the peak secret method of the blood cloak door. Unexpectedly, to an emperor today, he would use the blood mist in an instant, which would only be used when his life was saved. You, the red-haired young man who reunited his body, pointed at Jian Wushuang, still looking at Jian Wushuang's generous back. What sword did you just use? Red-haired young man, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Jian Wushuang would be so powerful. He Tian's strongest emperor can be comparable to the general lord of the universe. He has also seen it. The peak of divine power is 250,000, but Jian Wushuang is another 400,000. The eruption in just an instant amounted to more than 500,000. This is simply appalling. More powerful than any great priest. Jian Wushuang shook his arm and held Jueyun upside down. Turning his eyes slightly, he said coldly, "It's just an ordinary eternal treasure." The red-haired young man couldn't believe it and only felt that Jian Wushuang was coaxing him. He also stared at the Jueyun sword in Jian Wu's hands. The sword is really nothing special. The other party probably didn't know the vitality in Wanlu, so he didn't find anything. When he looked at the armor on Jian Wushuang's body, he was stunned. Innate origin. You actually have the treasure of the universe with innate origin. The red-haired young man seemed to grasp the reason why Jian Wushuang was so powerful. Jian Wushuang was disdainful, shook his head, and replied, "A young master of the 8-star sect. Is this just the point of insight? What's all the fuss about a beast soldier? There used to be many in the ancient moon time and space. It's just that as the times have moved, there are almost none that are still intact. Like this place, Lufengpo is the place where a congenital creature has fallen. It's a pity that the body and origin. Otherwise, it is a treasure that is stronger than the beast warrior." Arrogant boy with good luck. The red-haired young man changed his worry and panic on his face, but became more calm. Jian Wushuang also felt a little bad at this time. Chapter 57-54. The Shao clan of the Eight-Star sect shouldn't be so wasteful. Even the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm might have some sort of backhand, which could burst out powerful strength. It's not as ordinary as it was just now. Remember, I am Yi Yunxiao of Haishini's family. The red-haired young man finished speaking, wrapping his arms around each other with his hands, and the red meridians on his forehead throbbed instantly. The divine power around him also became weird. Actually, they are constantly gathering on Yi Yunxiao's body. The Lord of the Universe in the Four Tribulations realm is about 400,000 divine powers. But at this time, the opponent's divine power had soared to 450,000. Jian Wushuang was able to calm down at first. But as the opponent's divine power continued to rise, his heart was also particularly shocked. Not surprising then. If the other party is a young master, if there is no good show, wouldn't it be a waste? Within 500,000, he can fully grasp it, and more than 500,000 supernatural powers. It is not impossible to fight. I'm not going to watch you become stronger. Jian Wushuang took out the sword again, flying out upside down. A sword flower swept across, shattering the void space and shattering the origin of this place. The condensed supernatural power was also shattered by the tip of his sword. Boom! A hard thing directly blocked his Juyin sword. Jian Wushuang frowned, faced each other for the first time, and turned back. As he could see, a blood-colored mask appeared on the body of the red-haired Yi Yunxiao. The power of Shangfen is extremely terrifying, exceeding 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Huh. Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he saw it, and then reacted. That is a protective cover, able to withstand 1,000,000 supernatural powers. It's not that Yi Yunxiao has 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Otherwise, he won't have time to run. Jia, be taken aback. Yi Yunxiao still did not forget to mock Jian Wushuang at this time. Jian Wushuang stabilized his figure and said coldly, "It's nothing more than the tortoise shell. I don't believe you have been hiding in it." Huh. Yi Yunxiao, who heard these words, laughed wildly, as if he had heard a big joke. After his divine power continued to rise and reached a limit, he stopped laughing, his eyes condensed with killing intent, staring at Jian Wushuang, and said, "You are really innocent and lovely. This is my father's divine power. You don't need my father's divine power to kill you. Mine is enough. You second generations, do you like to talk big?" Jian Wushuang's mouth was hard, but there was a cold sweat coming out of his back as expected. The opponent does have a stronghold card. The blood shield of 1,000,000 supernatural powers can not only block the attack, but can also be attacked by Yi Yunxiao. This is a little scary. If the other party wanted to kill him directly, wouldn't it be that he would ascend to heaven just now? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This divine power does not belong to Yi Yunxiao, so it is limited. He has to consume this power. Otherwise, Yi Yunxiao will find that he can't beat him. And if he uses this power, wouldn't he be finished? Millions of supernatural powers. For those of the Soul Heaven Emperor, it is nothing and can only be regarded as a master of entry. But for him, that is the power of despair. Don't look at him now that he can explode 500,000 supernatural powers to the limit. But in front of 1,000,000 supernatural powers, he is an ant. Mayfly shakes the tree. He uses the power of the ant to consume the big tree. Jian Wushuang received Qi Jueyun's sword. His eyes turned lightly, and a blue flame could be seen from his pupils. The next moment, the blue breath of the whole body directly rose. Eternal change! Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. At this time, his peak state is probably comparable to 500,000 supernatural powers. It's just the power of the stars. Now for him, there are many. It's more cost-effective than consuming divine power. Moreover, his origin is the origin of the starry sky, so naturally it is easier to use the power of the origin. What's this? Yi Yunxiao also noticed Jian Wushuang's transformation, but didn't think how strong Jian Wushuang's transformation was, which was similar to the state just now. It's just the color of the hair and the breath on the body have changed. This breath replaced the divine power. The power of the stars exploded, and the divine power retreated. This made Jian Wushuang very distressed. If divine power increases the starry sky increases divine power. His 500,000 divine power can be used as 1,000,000 divine power. It's a pity that he can't master it now. The Lord Yunji also said that this kind of exercise is too defying. The emperor may be hopeless, but after the robbery, Jian Wushuang had to master this secret method. Otherwise, his divine power will suffer very much in the future. The two cannot have both, and it is also a kind of pain. He has the bones of Dongjun. Dongzhen's identity is likely to be a starry powerhouse, the seed he left behind in the starry sky. Strength is stronger than Qixin. Guaranteed 8 tribulations realm. Combining Dongzhen's bones, he will eventually become a superpower. Divine power and origin are practiced at the same time. Need to combine, but it is not combined to become the source of divine power. The origin of divine power is to put the cart before the horse. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist with infinite power. Boom! A fist shadow burst out. Boomed directly on the blood shield. It just hit this blood shield without any change. He may shake the tree, and he can't help it. Yi Yunxiao snorted coldly and continued to gather the divine power around him. He only needs a few breaths to be able to gather success. Now, condensed in general, his divine power has soared from 430,000 to 500,000. The limit state, 550,000, or even 580,000, is not a problem. He believed that this power was already able to kill Jian Wushuang. If it was really just this trump card, Jian Wushuang would not be afraid of himself. But he was afraid that this blood shield would eventually become a blood knife or a blood sword, and a move took him in seconds. If one punch is not enough, then 100 punches, 10,000 punches. For him, in his current state, hitting hundreds of millions of punches is just an instant. Boom! The shadow of the boxing that kept blasting out sturdily hit the blood shield. 1,000,000 supernatural power, no matter how hard it is. It starts to shake. Yi Yunxiao was almost startled to drop his chin. He found that Jian Wushuang's power was like infinite, constantly erupting with all his strength, but it was not weakened. It seems that a simple attack is useless. After Jian Wushuang realized that he could only shake but couldn't consume it, he decided to change it. He thought of the trick that the Emperor Soul Heaven had used in the Eternal Realm. Gather strength with both hands. He squeezed his hands up and down, instantly condensing a group of blue terrifying power. This group of blue power, Okanshu, calm, is only the size of a fist. Injecting the power of the starry sky again, it instantly became 10 times larger. Jian Wushuang squeezed hard with both hands and shrank into a point. Then inject the power of the stars again. Just repeat it tens of thousands of times. That group of blue power is extremely pure. Dark blue. This power was at least 100 times stronger than the power of the starry sky outside Jian Wushuang's body. Yi Yunxiao in the blood shield was unmoved. He hadn't noticed that something was wrong at this time. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be successful. He did this for the first time, and he did not expect to learn the essence of the Soul Heaven Emperor secretly. Chapter 57-55. Push with both hands to directly throw the blue light ball out. A blue pillar was instantly exposed. Boom directly on the blood shield. Boom! This time, the absolute violent power directly shook the blood shield out of its original position. Yi Yunxiao was extremely surprised. At this time, he had to stop and prepare to consider using his father's power to kill Jian Wushuang. But without waiting for him to hesitate, another light group appeared behind him. When he reacted, Jian Wushuang had already condensed hundreds of deep blue balls, and they all threw them to Yi Yongxiu's side. At this time, he did not dare to remove the blood shield and attack Jian Wushuang. How come you have so much power? Yi Yunxiao was almost crazy. The light ball on Jian Wu's hands is constantly being born, and he said indifferently, "Although I am not as big as you, but this power I really don't lack." After speaking, a deep blue ball was thrown again. This trick is to cast a rat avoidance device. Let Yi Yunxiao dare not use the power of the blood shield to attack Jian Wushuang. For the sake of safety, Jian Wushuang condensed tens of thousands of deep blue of light. Yi Yunxiao in the blood shield was going crazy. "You're endless." He looked around, and his heart trembled as he looked around at every dark blue ball that was terrifying. If it weren't for the blood shield, he wouldn't need so many deep blue balls. Just a few, he would have been seriously injured. 10, he will fall. At this time, Jian Wushuang had gathered more than 10,000, and it didn't mean to stop. He was completely panicked. The strongest trump card is the blood shield, condensed by millions of supernatural powers. These millions of supernatural powers can condense blood needles in addition to the blood shield. Take care of both defense and killing. But now he was trapped by Jian Wushuang. At the moment when the blood shield turned into a blood needle, he was likely to change his life with Jian Wushuang. But if he keeps on waiting like this, there is a high probability that he will be finished. "Blood Knife Ancestor, come and save me!" he shouted desperately from the bottom of his heart. But at this time, the Blood Knife Ancestor is hard to protect himself, so there is no time to save him. At this time, he also received the news of his father, Yi Lingyun. What? The Blood Knife Ancestor was killed. When he received the news, he almost cried. An ancestor of the 7 Tribulations realm. That's it. He suddenly thought of Jian Wushuang. Which mysterious former appeared to block them? He thought he was Jian Wushuang's helper. Don't think about it. The blood knives are over. No one can save you. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "The blood knife ancestor has been cut by Dylan. Tai Dawn appearance is comparable to the Soul Heaven Emperor, and he has half a step in the 8 Tribulations realm." This was beyond his expectation. But the bravery has been defeated. It seems that he was entrusted to save Yi Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxiao chased him by mistake. Everything is God's will. If others fail to calculate, they will be calculated instead. Now that the other party has no rescue, he is not in a hurry anymore. Just like this continuously condensing the deep blue ball. Yi Yunxiao was completely desperate. If you want to call your father, you can think of being killed by an emperor. He really has no face to say, "You forced me." The lines on Yi Yongxiu's forehead burst out and said frantically, "Everyone has to die. Let's be buried together." He instantly took away the blood shield, surrounded by thousands of blood needles, all shot towards Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang noticed it, he secretly said, "Not good." He also detonated all the deep blue in an instant. Without the protection of the blood shield, Yi Yunxiao would definitely die. But where there are thousands of blood needles, each one has 1,000,000 supernatural powers. In the power of the bursting starry sky, the speed did not decrease, and he rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, the power of the starry sky has worn out the supernatural power of the blood needle, from 1,000,000 to 800,000. In the end, before Jianwu Duan, there were only 700,000 left. Even so, Jian Wushuang couldn't take 10,000 blood needles. At this moment, almost all the backhands he could think of were displayed. Guantian chessboard. Jian Wushuang pressed with one hand, and a chessboard rising from the huge waves instantly appeared at his feet. One thought of the universe. An elliptical universe appeared throughout Le Fengpo, which condensed almost instantly. 9,000 black holes and 9 cosmic mysteries. It is spectacular. This background has already exceeded the master of the universe in the 4 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the beasts and soldiers on his body also exploded to the extreme. Keep your hands in front of you. Let the blood needle rush. Puff! The blood needle passed through, directly ignoring his divine body. What? Jian Wushuang was seriously injured almost instantly. Countless life force was ready to go, and he recovered again at the moment he was seriously injured. Full of blood needles. A bit faster. 2 blood needles can directly kill him. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang couldn't manage that much at this time. Under the power of the starry sky, forcibly used the power of the beast god. Divine power broke out completely. The two are forcibly gathered together. Jian Wushuang's supernatural power broke 500,000 in an instant. Damn it! Still can't get the slightest increase. It will only make him do 2 things. But at this time he would be finished without breaking out. Can only endure it. Fortunately, the animal gods and soldiers resisted. Just double the power of the beast god, not enough. Twice. Jian Wushuang crushed his teeth. Divine power rose again. The supernatural power of 580,000. His divine body is about to collapse. Burning divine body. 600,000 supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang's entire body was about to be shattered. This time he would be seriously injured and sleepy if he didn't die. There is no way for the power of life. However, none of the 10,000 blood needles has the power of 700,000 supernatural powers. With 600,000 supernatural power alone, it was still unstoppable. Fortunately, with one thought of the universe's great success, you can reduce the power of 10%. This allowed him to stabilize his foot a little. No, I still can't stand it. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and saw a twinkle of blood needles through the gap between his arms. He knew that this was because the speed of the blood needle was too fast, even the afterimage was gone, and every flash was like a teleport. Puff! Several blood needles passed through his divine body at the same time, leaving several blood holes. The life force runs wildly and still cannot fill the loopholes. Jian Wushuang yelled, his arms stretched out directly. 3 times the power of the beast god. The breath suddenly soared. The base supernatural power is 400,000. 3 times the power of the beast god. A full increase of 300,000 divine power. At this moment, he directly resisted the blood needle. Yin Yen Universe has also reached full power. Okanshu, calm the treasure of time and space under my feet has changed at this time. He originally thought that he could not support 3 times the power of the beast god, but he did not expect that the origin of the time and space treasure would stabilize him. Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. One hand slammed the blood needle rushing in front of him, directly shattering the divine power inside the blood needle. Break, boom! His origin completely exploded, and the power of the starry sky suddenly rose to a level. With the blessing of the treasure of time and space, his strength has doubled. This is the most dangerous battle since he became the emperor. Fully used all the backhands. Chapter 57-56. The Julian sword was all shattered just now, and the divine body was also devastated. What he didn't expect at all was that he could spur the Guantian chessboard. At this moment, he was standing above the chessboard, a battle armor gathered on his chest, and the upper part had a font size. Will. The word madly absorbs his origin, and the chess pieces are gathered under his feet. He also has a battle armor with a general size. Some blood needles that hadn't been shattered rushed and couldn't break this armor, and the reduced power is 50%. A blood needle of 700,000 supernatural power was pierced into the battle armor of the font size, and the attack he received was reduced by half. That is 350,000 supernatural powers. There is no way to threaten him. The wings of the candle dragon at the back shocked, directly shattering all the blood needles. The treasure of time and space. I can actually inspire the power of the treasure of time and space. Jian Wushuang himself felt incredible. In the beginning, he used the Guantian chessboard to observe the origin of the internal chess pieces. After arriving at the emperor, he will be able to swallow the origin of the points. Because of the power of life, he can even revive the high point pawn. However, these are not the powers of the time and space treasure itself. At this time, he was considered to have inspired a certain secret method on the Guantian chessboard. The battle armor of the font size. Weaken 50% attack. It can also guard the divine body. Otherwise, his divine body would shatter just now. Teacher Xian Yi, why did you hand over this thing to me? Such a powerful treasure made Jian Wushuang dream of. In fact, most of the benefits that Guantian chessboard brings to him are auxiliary. This is the first time to stimulate power. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Such a powerful treasure. The entire time and space, I am afraid that there are not many. And this kind of treasure, I haven't heard anyone say that can be refined. Maybe those 3 eternal existences can be refined. But that kind of character is difficult to see once, let alone refining treasures for you. Teacher Xian Yi left this treasure to him. I am afraid that the meaning is not simple. There are definitely many secrets in this treasure. The battle armor of the font size is so powerful, it can reduce the attack by 50%, and it ignores the strength of the opponent. The treasures of the past can also weaken 99% of attacks. But where is just an ordinary treasure? The Emperor can easily destroy it if faced with the blood needle of 700,000 supernatural power. I am afraid that the breath can crush that kind of treasure. However, the armor of the font size can be perfectly weakened, and it is not traumatized. From this point of view, this kind of battle armor is at least a treasure of the 6 tribulations realm or higher. It's a pity that this kind of battle armor can't be taken out. It can be regarded as a battle armor condensed from the Guantian chessboard. When using it, take out the chessboard. General, handsome god. If it were a handsome armor, Jian Wushuang couldn't imagine it. If he is correct in guessing, the font size corresponds to the 5 calamities to the 7 calamities. The handsome font size is likely to be a battle armor above the 8 tribulations realm. The name of God is 9 tribulations, even a treasure that lasts forever. Logically speaking, the Guantian chessboard is the treasure of time and space, but it can condense the same level of armor. This is much more powerful than the first true king introduced. No loss is Xuani teacher. Jian Wushuang shocked. I also thought in my heart that perhaps teacher Xian he was even better than the long-lived character, more alive in the future, but he was able to come to this time and space and teach him. This makes him extremely yearning for the future world. I don't know where that world is. Perhaps in the depths of the starry sky, perhaps in the long river of time and space. He couldn't wait to see it. Strength must be improved immediately. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. This time he almost fell. In the long river of time and space at the end, the emperor is still a strong one. But in the upstream time and space of Guyu time and space, it is completely impossible. Only by becoming the master of the universe can he gain a firm foothold. He will soon be able to do it. With the aid of the Guantian chessboard, his origin broke through very quickly, and he also grasped the true meaning of time, which was just short of condensing the origin of time and space. Once the origin of time and space is condensed and merged into the universe, he can cross the catastrophe at will, at the level of the master of the universe. He also has the mighty treasure of beasts. The combat power is even more terrifying. Thinking of the beast god soldier, Jian Wushuang put away the power of the beast god. The just limit state has placed a heavy burden on him. If it weren't for the name of the battle armor guarding the divine body, he would be finished. The moment the power of the beast disappeared, the aura on his body also turned white. The divine body began to fall apart. 700,000. The Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm may not be able to bear it. This time he was indeed too risky. Call! Under the bath of life force, he fully recovered. The life force on his body is completely uncovered at this time, and it is gushing like spring water. If seen by those scattered robbers, there is no place for him to live in the entire time and space. This is also the reason why he has been trying his best to hide since reaching Guyu time and space. After he became the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe, there was no need to hide. At that time, those scattered robbers would not dare to hit him to pay attention, but instead he could use the power of life to create a huge force. Of course, this is a story. The 7 tribulations realm is still too far away. Unexpectedly, there is still something left. Jian Wushuang saw a few treasures floating in the void in the distance, not damaged by the power of his starry sky. Presumably, it is not a thing. Jian Wushuang accepted it casually. Several treasures of the universe with the logo of the blood-clothed door. He can't use it, but it can be swallowed. Now his origin has 9,000 black holes. Having swallowed these powerful treasures of the universe, it will be possible to head towards the consummation of the universe at that time. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would want to break through in advance. Shenghui Wanlu. Jian Wushuang collected his thoughts. Still have to wait. The chance is not enough. With these treasures alone, he can break through, but there is not much treasure. He doesn't lack treasures, but he still lacks some secrets. The pinnacle secret of my own creation. The Starry Sky Catalog Eternal Changes. This is considered his whole card. The power of the Beast God, although powerful, is still too single. Since he is in the time and space of the source of the divine power, he still needs to get a few secret methods of the divine power. The law is not spread. He is not in the sect, but in the family. But the royal family will not pass the law of the town to him. Got to buy it. Fortunately, he is worthy now. The Source Stone Sacred Mountain is enough for him to splurge. Go. Jian Wushuang swept the battlefield before leaving. But when he just set out to leave, the life force that had just appeared was not under his control, and all went underground. This shocked Jian Wushuang. Hurriedly fell from the void. Is there something strange? Jian Wushuang frowned. Being able to absorb his life force, he himself couldn't stop it. Fortunately, it just absorbed some of the vitality leaked out. Chapter 57:57. If it could absorb the life force in his body, that would be incredible. If that were the case, he would have already started to flee. However, just absorbing the external life force did not threaten him. Go and see. This aroused Jian Wushuang's curiosity. This place falls on Fengpa. I have never heard of this happening here. San, Jie didn't bother to come here. What exactly is it? Jian Wushuang's figure shrank, following the force of life, and dived into the ground. Puff! Entering the underground, the dense soil layer exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. With his current strength, it was already a bit difficult to dive for a long time. In other words, the average super strong person can't even do it within 100 feet. His current normal state is 400,000 supernatural powers. This strength is enough to disregard the 4 tribulations realm. It makes him difficult, but the life force that was drawn away is still diving. Originally, I felt that there was no threat, but now he hesitated. Something that can be in such a deep place, whether it is a human or a ghost. The strength is not average. He must be treated with care. For 100,000 supernatural powers, all exploded, and his speed increased again, keeping up with the life force that was drawn away. Dive! 5,000 battles again. The pressure made Jian Wushuang's face pale. The density below is getting higher and higher. It's almost the same as Jibao. Drilling into the treasure is too uncomfortable. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. There is still some Marfa based on divine power alone. Eternal change. He came directly to the peak state. The blue aura wrapped his body and rushed directly below. This time there was no resistance, and it directly caught up with that life force. The distance is only 10 battles away, so I'm not afraid to run away. 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Soon once again reached the peak of Jian Wushuang. He dared not drill down anymore, not only because it consumes too much. More importantly, things that can reach this depth. He is certainly not weak, able to survive here for a long time, and even stronger than him. Maybe it's this chance. The guts are that he dare not gamble. If you give up, you must give up. He has more opportunities, and there is no need to delay time here. Sometimes learn to give up actively. If he is facing his opponent, he will fight desperately. But for things like this, he doesn't need to be serious. Should go or have to go. But he just wanted to leave. The body's shape suddenly loosened, and the pressure disappeared. Is this? Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and then found that he had entered a space. It's like a natural underground cave. The surrounding walls are extremely smooth. It should have been a dark cave, but after the power of life entered, it became full of greenery. The green light shone on the dark cave. Jian Wushuang also saw the scene ahead clearly. The cave is not big, only 100 feet long and wide, barely stretched his legs. In the center of this space, Jian Wushuang saw a familiar scene. Something is stored in a green vessel. It wouldn't be a coincidence. Jian Wushuang thought of the human walking beetle who had stayed in you. It's just the unknown creature in this vessel, not the appearance of a bug, more like an egg. Now, Jian Wushuang saw the egg and he just reflexed. I am very worried about the giant egg. This also reminded him of Qi Jiuxiao and Frosa, the of the time. Fortunately, he still has the token of the Titans. This is also the reason why he is afraid that Bobby D will find his deity. His token, as Frosa said, as long as he encounters the giant clan, he will become a guest of honor. I don't know if it's useful for Qi Jiuxiao. If it is useful, it can make a lot of money. A super powerhouse in the 9 tribulations realm in half a step. It's a pity to be controlled by Bobby D. If it could be controlled by him, that would be great. What annihilation temple. Even if Qixin is reborn, are going to die. This kind of thing, he just think about it. Basically impossible. Emperor Bobby used some kind of starry sky, secret method to control Qi Jiuxiao. There is nothing he can do with a token alone. At best, Qi Jiuxiao could not attack him, but this seems to be enough. Without Qi Jiuxiao's help, Emperor Bobby was just an ordinary calamity realm, not as good as the master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. It's a pity that there are too many strong people around him now. Otherwise, you can take a shot against Bobby D. Pity. By the side of Emperor Bobby, there was Dylan and the super existence of Emperor Soul Heaven. He has no angle to start, so I dare not think too much. Just saw an egg again and again. He was thinking about getting a secret method from Emperor Bobby to turn this courage into a powerful person like Qi Jiuxiao. I think too much. Jian Wushuang shook his head, stepped towards the green vessel. The power of his life has penetrated. Unlike the human walking beetle, the creatures in this vessel seem to be able to become stronger only by the power of life. That beetle needs breath. These 2 things are actually similar. Cannibal monster. The round meatball in the vessel is pink and tender. After absorbing his vitality, he quickly reached the peak of immortality from the mundane level. This is beyond Jian Wushuang's accident. The growth rate is much faster than that of the beetle. He once again released some life force to enter, and this time the round flesh group directly broke through the Emperor. There is no stagnation. It seems that the shackles of the Emperor do not exist. It seems that it is indeed different from the practitioner. These monsters have no constraints. There is also no place to practice. As long as there is enough vitality, it will be strong. Jian Wushuang suddenly seemed to know whether these monsters had an upper limit. Who created it? Jian Wushuang thought, unconsciously tilting the life force out. The pink meatballs are all absorbed. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang raised his hand and patted the meatball. It was soft and without any threat. There is no threat, but the aura of high points has reached the tribulation realm. This is too fast. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to feed again. This kind of thing he can't enslaved. Feed too strong, he is in danger. It's just that this flesh group has the power of the tribulation realm, and there is no change in it. The monster found in Chen's house. At any rate, it turned from a pupa to a worm, and finally turned into a human-like worm. But this meatball hasn't changed much. Luo Fingpa, it seems that this monster has something to do with the original innate creature. Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. After carefully inspecting the space, he was ready to leave. There is nothing else here, only this meatball. He took it away, but it was a curse. It's better to put it here. Before leaving, he became bolder. Scooped the pink meatball out of the vessel. The moment it was fished out, the surrounding space changed slightly. It's just that Jian Wushuang didn't find it. Chapter 57-58. This change, along with the vessel, the forbidden power of the upper division is still broken. This power is only useful for pink meatballs. The pink meatball was taken out, but it didn't feel any change. Jian Wushuang slipped in his hands and looked at it carefully. After not finding anything special, I tried to pinch the meatballs. Pinch it out of a human form. It's just the pink appearance, the round belly, and this thick whisker on his head. It's not like a person either. Just throwing it aside, Jian Wushuang lost any interest. He couldn't understand this kind of thing. Guyu time and space are so big, there are too many secrets. He didn't have time to crack them one by one. It's better to go to Shawangdu as soon as possible. With the introduction of Yunji Country Lord, he also wants to create the method again, to create a super eternal change. That is a complete improvement. The current eternal changes are just to improve the origin. The super eternal change will increase the combat power of the whole body. 50 times the normal is not a problem. Even if his emperor cannot succeed, he must do it in the robbery realm. Otherwise, I will suffer too much from the divine power in the future. After quickly breaking through the soil layer, after looking back at this place, Jian Wushuang said silently, "Hope you will never appear." This is about that ball of meat. Crazy growth without an upper limit is terrible. The power of the ordinary tribulation realm cannot rush out of this place. It's okay to stay here for the rest of your life. Otherwise, it is a scourge. The beetle from Yu Kingdom should be dealt with earlier. It's all a scourge. The unknown power is too terrifying. Don't let it go. Wow. The space is torn. Jian Wushuang flashed away and left. The reason for not killing the pink meatball. Also for unnecessary trouble. The other party can't get out anyway. He used his peak strength to get into the 30,000 square meter stratum. That flesh group doesn't have the supplement of vitality. Now it's just a normal calamity realm, and it can't get out at all. So there's no need to kill. Just throw it wherever. But his act of kindness this time led to an unmatched monster that is the scourge of Gumu continent and even the whole time and space. This also led to a great existence. This is also a story. Jian Wushuang left Lefengpo without causing any movement. In this way, he entered the Stone King's capital in peace, a stone city lying deep in the mountains. From a distance, it looked like a huge, wild, sacred beast sleeping soundly. Jian Wushuang's thin figure is very small outside the giant city. The divine power is restrained and the source is not present. An ordinary emperor entered the Stone King's capital in this way. Tonghe Jianxian? Jian Wushuang played with the token given to him by the Lord Yunji, while starting to look for a Tonghe sword fairy who could help him. The opponent is also a super strong kendo. It's just that power is divine power, but the Tao is the same. Then you can take it along and learn from each other. On the sword, Royal Capital North City, a gathering place for casual repairs and foreign powerhouses. Messy, bloody, and dirty. This is what Jian Wushuang has seen and heard. After entering the royal capital for 3 days, Jian Wushuang found out which mansion existed. By the way, I also learned some of the foundation of the Stone Country and some common sense. The Stone Country was developed in the barbaric era. the first emperor. Naturally, he is the ancestor of Shurgwa. The Eight Tribulations realm is powerful. Still alive now, he is also the life and death friend of the Flame God. It is a super country built by the two. But the Flame is still making progress. But the ancestor of the Stone Country is no longer able to do so. But with the Flame Gods, the Stone Country is still strong. The 16 Grass Kingdoms, even with some secrets in the ancient Wood continent, are still the largest country. If it weren't for the ancient Wood faction, there is a strong title. It can be said that Shurgwa is the first force. Although there is no master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm today. However, there are 3 masters of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. In addition to Shurxiu, who stands alone, there are 2 others. One is a guest Qing from Shurgwa, who are both influential like Jian Wushuang. There is also a disciple of the Flame God in the Flame God Kingdom. If there hadn't been a master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm in the generation of Gumu sect, I am afraid that none of them would be able to see it. Which saint is crossing the robbery? I don't know if it can succeed. If it succeeds, it will be able to stabilize for a few more times. Otherwise, the ancient Wood continent will also change into the sky in the future. Jian Wushuang sat on a high place, looking at the chaotic Beiqing. He also understands why Shiguoguo is so powerful, because it can accommodate people, regardless of righteousness. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can join the Stone Country. Any Tongha sword immortal can settle here for Changxiu. I want to come because Shurgwa has a certain charm. It's not just because of the Flame God. Tongha Jianxian, a master of the universe at the pinnacle of the Six Tribulations realm. It is hidden in the chaotic North City. Jian Wushuang got out of the tea house, stopped a Feihu at random on the street, threw out hundreds of cosmic crystals and said, "Go to Qianfu." No problem. Although the northern city of the royal capital is chaotic, it also has some rules. Can kill. However, Shurgwa's intervention is needed, and the two fight fairly. Flight in the airspace is forbidden. This is a deadly order. If you violate it, you will fall. There was a Seven Tribulations realm who tried not to be afraid of death, but was eventually beheaded by the Flame God. After that, no one dared to provoke. Tianfu. It's not someone's separate residence. It's a paradise in Beiqing. There is no chaotic order here, but some strict rules. After arriving here, Jian Wushuang could feel a force of majesty. There are very few people on the street. Most of them are ordinary emperors, like servants. Tianfu South, the number 7 house of word. Jian Wushuang came to the outside of the house, looked at the plaque of Shangfin and nodded. It should be here. Tongha Jianxian lives. He didn't expect to be so low-key. The mansion of number 7A is not spacious. It occupies the size of 100 miles. If the Lord of the Universe displays magical powers, it is a place to slap. Just as Jian Wushuang stepped forward, he was stopped by a forbidden force. There is no guard outside the door. Jian Wushuang could only have that warm jade. After feeling the warm jade, the force of prohibition stopped for a moment. Then the door opened. "This distinguished guest, please come in." Hearing no one, Jian Wushuang had some differences, but he still walked in. After entering, he discovered that the one who had just spoken to him was actually a statue. However, he arched his hand politely and said politely, "Please inform Senior Tongha. Junior Jian Wushuang come to see you. Please wait." The stone statue's face trembled stiffly. After a while, he opened his mouth again and said, "My host is in the front hall. Just walk along the road ahead and you can get there." Jian Wushuang thanked him and walked inside. This is a strange combination of Sword Immortal. There is no one in the mansion, but a stone statue to receive guests. Chapter 57-59. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is also the overlord of one party. Some strange hobbies are normal, perhaps not happy with the smoke and dust on Earth. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and went directly to the guest hall. Junior Jian Wushuang meets Senior Tongha. He did not go in directly, but first met him. You still have to be respectful when you ask people to do things. In the guest hall, an old voice came, "Come in." Jian Wushuang then cautiously walked into the guest hall. This place is extremely gloomy and cold. After entering the guest hall, he saw an old man with a huge bone, several feet high, sitting on the main seat. In the darkness, there are only a few sword lights. Sure enough, it was a bit strange. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, took out Nuanyu, and directly expressed his intention. He really didn't want to stay here. It's too dark. The Lord Yunji broke through and became the Lord of the 7 Tribulations universe. The old man did not go to congratulate him. It was a bit rude. "I will help you for your favor. It is a congratulation to the Lord." Tongha Jianxian gave a dry cough, seemingly weird. He speaks very modestly. Juniors like Jian Wushuang are still treated equally. This also made Jian Wushuang's heart loose. Wow. Tongha Jianxian handed a piece of dark metal directly to Jian Wushuang. The metal is dark all over, even darker than the night. I don't know what kind of material it belongs to. According to what Yunji said, want to merge. It is almost impossible, but everything has a thread. It is rumored that both the dark and the day can merge at a certain moment, not to mention 2 forces. This dark metal is necessary to create the secret method. Black sparkle. It's not metal. It just looks like it. Jian Wushuang didn't expect it to go so smoothly, so he hurriedly bowed to thank him. "You don't need to be so polite. The Lord Yunji had that's nothing." Tongha Jianxian explained, "Since you can be entrusted to the Lord Yunji, I am afraid that it will be extraordinary, can reach my level. This will be straightforward." Jian Wushuang still humbled a bit, and quickly pushed back. "The junior is just a little emperor. How can I dare to imagine the Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe?" This is really humble. His heart is higher than anyone else's. Even the master of the 7 Tribulations realm universe, who was not convinced, believed that I will become such a strong man. This is the heart of the strong. You don't need to be modest. I can see that you are hiding your strength, or Jian Xiu. Tongha Jianxian spoke plainly and directly pointed out Jian Wushuang's hiding. Jian Wushuang would naturally not hide. For 100,000 supernatural power, just look at it. He doesn't care anymore. Speaking of Jian Xiu, the two have a common topic. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask for some advice about Shimli Jianxiu. Learned a lot from it. Of course, we're still studying more methods of integration. Super eternal change after fusion. That is his pinnacle secret method. The starry sky is recorded in the Emperor. In fact, it is not the strongest. After the robbery realm, he has thoroughly mastered some time and space origins before qualitative changes will occur. One sword, breaking the space, is the Emperor. When time is broken, it is the pinnacle of the universe. This is also the terrible time and space. Compared with pure divine power, his methods are a bit more. Senior, I don't know if I can compare 1 or 2. Jian Wushuang said embarrassedly. Comparing with the 6 Tribulations realm's great power was also due to what he said. As soon as he said this, Tongha Jianxian was taken aback for a moment, and then he leaked some smiles. But my heart is more excited. Sword repair, but the best fight, especially to learn from fellow students. Seeing such a good junior like Jian Wushuang, he also itchy hands. It's just that Jian Wushuang is an emperor, and he is the Lord of the universe, so it's hard to speak. But right here, there were crisp footsteps outside the guest hall. Judging from the footsteps alone, the other party is a woman. Grandpa. Before the person arrived, he heard a smile like a silver bell. Jian Wushuang also turned his head in surprise at this time. He didn't expect that this Tongha sword immortal also had a granddaughter. In the news of the inquiries, there is no such person. Seeing Jian Wushuang surprised, Tongha Jianxian smiled. Minger girl, why are you here? Tongha Jianxian stood up, his face leaking under the sword light. Only then did Jian Wushuang see the opponent's appearance clearly. The girl named Minger was equally surprised when she saw Jian Wushuang. After taking a look, he turned to Tongha Jianxian and immediately asked, "Grandpa, who is he?" This straightforward temperament seems to be a pro-granddaughter. Although Tongha Jianxian spoiled this granddaughter, he did not answer directly. Instead, he said to Jian Wushuang, "Little friend Wushuang should be offended. This is an old granddaughter." Junior didn't dare. It was abrupt this time. I don't know if there is a granddaughter in the senior, and he hasn't prepared some meeting gifts. Jian Wushuang waved his hand quickly, but as soon as he said this, he regretted it a little. The girl said unceremoniously, "Since there is no gift, just give me hundreds of millions of cosmic crystals. I don't have any hobbies. I just like cosmic crystals." Yes, it should. Jian Wushuang regarded it as pocket money for a junior. He took out tens of thousands of square meters of source stone, put it into another mustard seed, and handed it to the other party. Tongha Jianxian had a headache. This also has a lot to do with the birthplace of his granddaughter. The girl was stunned when she saw the source stones, and then said in amazement, "This doesn't seem to be a universe crystal, right?" Jian Wushuang was ashamed. He didn't expect this to be said. Tongha Jianxian quickly explained to him, "Girl, this is the source stone, and one party is 10,000 universe crystals." "Ah," the girl exclaimed, and then bowed respectfully at Jian Wushuang, thanking him. "Thank you, senior, for your gift." Jian Wushuang swallowed. This strange character is really unique. Hundreds of millions of cosmic crystals. For Tongha Sword Immortal, it is a matter of buckling nails. The girl in front of her seemed like she had never seen anything before, and it seemed that she was very surprised that she could really give her hundreds of millions of universe crystals. Looked at the look of joy, Jian Wushuang began to suspect that Tongha Jianxian was stingy. How can such a doting granddaughter be like a dog? But then Tongha Jianxian Chuanin explained everything to him. This also made him understand why Tongha Jianxian chose this relatively low-key mansion, and there were no servants in the mansion. It turned out that the Minger girl was the son of Tongha's sword fairy who had stayed in the ordinary world. Tongha Jianxian pursued with all his heart, and his son wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. He has been wandering around in the ordinary, but accidentally entered the Gumu continent through teleportation. Unfortunately, the qualifications are not good. When it comes to Immortal, it is already at its peak. He wants to return to his hometown, but his world has never even heard of 9 heavens and 10 earths. After arriving in Gumu continent, he heard that King Stone had a teleportation formation and could go to any place. Chapter 5760. He came to Shurgwa with the attitude of trying. An immortal fairy in the outer domain. Go to Shurgwa. This part of the journey may be compiled into a book, especially to be able to reach Stone Country alive. It's luck against the sky. This belongs to the luck of self-cultivation, which is all used on the road. It's a pity that when I came to Shurgwa, I couldn't sit on that teleportation formation. Later he gave up too. On the way, he was worthy of his life. I got acquainted with my Taoist couple and lived in Kingstone. It's a pity that neither of them is emperor, and it is difficult to survive. During a mining trip, the husband and wife both died. One daughter was left behind, the current Minger girl. When her parents fell, the girl was still mundane. Throw it on the street. No one took a look at the mundane. Fortunately, the skin looks good. He was sold to Tianfu and became a maid. Suffered from childhood. To live, to be free. She kept accumulating the universe crystals by serving tea and water to the big figures, setting up the fairy tales, and even serving as a walking ladder, just for some rewarding universe crystals. Because as long as there are enough cosmic crystals, she can get a free body. So much so that now she still loves money like her life. She didn't want the universe crystal that Tongha Jianxian gave her, because in her world it is her own things, not earned by her. There is no sense of accomplishment. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang started to classify. The later story, although Tongha Jianxian did not tell, but he also understands. The maid's life is worthless. If you have enough universe crystals, you can't escape the cage. Facing the seventh calamity, Tongha Jianxian's cultivation stagnated, and when he returned to his homeworld, he found that his only son had also been lost. Through the power of blood, he found the stone country. Only the living granddaughter was found in the end. I saw my young granddaughter serving tea and pouring water as a walking staircase. He had a terrible rage at the time, but when the grandparents recognized each other, they pleaded with those who squeezed and suppressed her. The cage has never been broken. This needs to be broken by yourself. After Tongha Jianxian understood, the granddaughter did not want to leave the stone country, so she settled here. No wonder there are no servants in the mansion, because the girl bought batch after batch of servants and then returned them to free life. Great good. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. I don't know if this girl is lucky or bad. The good thing is that there is such a grandfather, the master of the universe in the six tribulations realm, a great backer. What's bad luck is the tragic experience of childhood. She was supposed to be a girl in fresh clothes riding a horse. She was arrogant and domineering, but he lived into such a tragic appearance. Li Ming'er! Jian Wushuang shouted. The girl looked back, and when she wanted to bow to him again, she was stopped by his hand. He looked at the girl and said with a smile, Girl, I'm going to discuss with your grandfather later. You can see who of us can win. There will be rewards for the correct guess. Wow, really? Li Ming'er couldn't believe it. She was just mundane. She couldn't see how strong Jian Wushuang was, and she didn't know who her grandfather was. In her world, both of them are super strong. She rubbed her hands with a little excitement and then said, I'll win you. Jian Wushuang pointed at himself in disbelief. Li Ming'er nodded confirmingly. This made Jian Wushuang unexpected. Is it because he just gave the benefits, so I think he can win? But in the next week thought power, Jian Wushuang heard Li Ming'er whisper to Tongha Jianxian, preparing to let the master of the universe at the pinnacle of the dignified six tribulations realm deliberately lose to him as an emperor. This makes him feel a little funny, but also very funny. Old Tongha Jianxian blushed, but he nodded dotingly. For the granddaughter, it is not impossible to lose to an emperor. Okay, let's open it up. Li Ming'er didn't know where to bring a small stool, and took out the golden pastry dessert from his arms, and waited for the two to make a move while eating. As soon as Tongha Jianxian raised his hand, the guest hall instantly changed into a snow-capped mountain. Li Ming'er was stunned for a moment, then looked overjoyed, carefully packed his snacks and put it in his arms, grabbing the snow on the ground and playing. Childlike innocence. Senior, you are offended. Jian Wushuang arched his hand slightly, a finger in the depths of Tongha Jianxian, outside of the divine power. That withered finger, instantly golden light appeared. I will say that the divine power is suppressed to about 100,000. This is the limit of the emperor. Come on. As soon as Jian Wushuang's right hand pressed hard, a blue arrogant, divine sword appeared. Jueyun, who had been with him for a long time, was broken. He was too embarrassed to take a broken sword out to compete with a powerful man. Had to use the invisible sword. The invisible sword, condensed by the power of the starry sky, is not weaker than the treasure of the universe. 100,000 times the supernatural power. Jian Wushuang's brows and heart beat. With pure divine power, he could indeed crush Tongha Jianxian. But the increase in kendo is no joke. Each sword of Tongha Jianxian contained more than 500,000 divine powers. Jian Wushuang didn't use the power of the beast god, so he could only deal with it carefully. A finger represents a sword. The invisible blue divine sword, like ripples in the sky, is calm but extremely cunning. Although Tongha Jianxian's sword aura was strong, he couldn't touch Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was able to entangle, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. For a while, Some stalemate stayed in place. Little friend, you should go all out. As soon as Tongha Jiangxian's voice fell, his fingers pointed upwards, 10,000 ripples emerged, and then turned into countless sword chi, swept towards Jian Wushuang with a wave. The core strength of this wave is definitely more than 500,000, and every further step the power will stack up once. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to retreat, so he could only take it hard. He clenched his fists with both hands. The blue divine sword was horizontally in front of him, and he burst out, and his divine power surged in an instant. Now his combat power, if it is the strongest, is still divine power, because there are too many blessings from the beasts. This is all based on the condensed generals of the Guantian chessboard, able to guard his divine body. The power of the beast god. The original power of the beast has doubled, and it has reached the peak. But now he has performed 3 times. Jiang Jia ran wildly. Guantian chessboard appeared under his feet, and his supernatural power instantly broke 600,000. Eventually, it stopped at around 680,000. The blue divine sword in front of him was just a light wave. The wave that swept away was instantly extinguished. Tongha Jianshimu was shocked, and the emperor's body instantly shattered. Without suppression, he is the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Although Jian Wushuang's move is very powerful, it can be easily broken by the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. But Tongha Jianxian didn't think so. Jian Wushuang is just an emperor. He is the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. If he was the lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe, I am afraid that he would be able to fight Jian Wushuang back and forth without suppressing his divine power. Chapter 57-61. I lost. Tongha Jianxian had already lost when he showed his full strength. Jian Wushuang also accepted the power of the beast god. The moment he lost Jiang Jia, his divine body was shaking. If there was no general armor, his divine body would have collapsed long ago. Senior swordsmanship is wonderful, and the younger generation can be regarded as an experience this time. The fight just now has benefited him a lot. Being able to fight the 6 tribulations realm is not a lot of opportunities. By the way, he also learned about the methods of those super strong, especially the division of divine power. 1,000,000 supernatural powers is a relatively large threshold. With more than 1,000,000 divine powers, it would be able to destroy the Gumu continent itself. In the entire Guyu time and space, he can be regarded as a strong man. Those 7 tribulations realm back then were also right. Only 1,000,000 supernatural powers are considered strong. The Lord of the Universe in the 6 tribulations realm can reach millions. In one's own dojo, even 1.5 million divine powers can explode. If it's just scattered robbery, the peak of the divine power of the 6 tribulations realm is about 1 million. If there is too little vitality, it will not be able to exert 1,000,000 supernatural powers. In general, the divine power of the 6 tribulations realm is between 700,000 and 5 million. Of course, it counts the Lord of the Universe. If you don't count as the Lord of the Universe, just talk about tribulation realm, then the top sky is 5 million. 7 tribulation realm powerhouses are more than 1 million. For example, the blood knife ancestor can burst out 2 million divine power. Although it is a scattered robbery, because of its ample vitality, it has the top combat power of the 7 tribulations realm, comparable to the ordinary master of the universe. Kingdom Lord Yunji just broke through the 7 tribulations realm and became the Lord of the universe. The current divine power should be around 2 million. But if it were in his own universe, he might be able to explode more than 3 million divine powers. Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. 3 million supernatural powers. What does that mean? There is also the special character of Soul Tindi. Although it was a scattered robbery in the 7 tribulations realm, but with a special secret method, blood stain the entire eternal kingdom. It can explode about 5 million divine powers, which is much stronger than the tidal powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm. Of course, the courageous spirit is not in his own cosmic dojo. If you are in your own dojo, you're not afraid of the Soul Emperor in the slightest. But the previous battle was not in the lair of bravery. It was a loss. But this loss is nothing to him. At most, some face was lost. Soul, Tindi is different. The power from his blood sacrifice will only slowly diminish. The power of the gods, but with the blessing of the universe, is continuous. The reason why the Emperor Soul Tian is eager to perform is mostly due to the method created by Emperor Bobby. If he can have the origin of death like Dylan without any vitality, he can improve his divine power that is the real 8 tribulations realm. Not only the Soul Heaven Emperor longed for this power, but all Sanja longed for this power. This time it was exposed. It is a signal. According to Emperor Bobby's itinerary, I am afraid that he is going to find the Lord Yunji. But by accident, he encountered an irony look. Although Dylan lost, he also showed a terrifying warfare. This news, I'm afraid it will be able to spread to Gua God sect soon. Bobby's intention. Make him puzzled. Maybe in the near future, some big things will happen. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think about it now. What he needs to do is to become a catastrophe. Otherwise, let alone save Qixin Temple, he himself might have to get in. Now, after getting the key treasure, he also needs to find a place to accelerate his practice. The sword blank must be settled as soon as possible. In Tianfu, he once again took out some source stones to give to Witch Li Minger, and then said goodbye directly. Originally planned to ask about the Foundry Master, but after thinking about it, this matter has never been able to bypass Fan Tianfeng. It's better to talk about it. It's easy to reach the other person. The two are in the same country, and within a short distance, they can communicate with each other through tokens refined by the true spirit. The kingdom of flame gods is just beside the royal capital. Jian Wushuang sent the message directly, and Fan Tianfeng was able to receive it. 3 days later, he came to the most prosperous tea house in North City and waited for Fan Tianfeng's appearance. The two agreed to be here. I just don't know if Fan Tianfeng will give him this face. Why is her luck so good? Jian Wushuang shook his head with a wry smile. If he is a descendant of the gods, he can still be valued. Then there are these things. Just sit and practice. Opportunities will be sent to him. This kind of good thing happened to Fan Tianfeng. It's annoying to say it. At present, he only met Fan Tianfeng. Huiqing saw a clone in Guyu ruins. As a result, Huiqing told him not to go to the ancient moon ruins. The more he said that, the more curious he became. As for the rest, it was not optimistic. But I saw Fan Tianfeng, who was so good. He didn't dare to underestimate other people. Except for the hapless Wuzhua, there should be no bad luck. When he thought of Wuzhua, at the remote boundary of Guyu time and space, Wuzhua in a certain cosmic secret realm only felt upset and frowned. He was really unlucky. Just after being reincarnated in Guyu time and space, he arrived in a dangerous place. But he was in this dangerous place and unexpectedly got a powerful inheritance. Now he is practicing in retreat. It's a pity that he can't get out of this secret realm, unless you become the master of the universe. Speaking of it, it's unlucky. This secret realm is also famous throughout Guyu time and space. Wuhua Secret Realm. It is very far away from 9 heavens and 10 places. The 10 people in Qixin Temple each have their own opportunities and are constantly moving forward. Among the 10 of them, there are strong and weak. Can be luck, but not ordinary. Strong people like Huiqing are directly trapped in the ancient moon ruins. Don't talk about chance. It's hard to protect yourself. Jian Wushuang was not much better. On the other hand, those of average strength, Wuzhua and Fan Tianfeng. These 2 people, they are all the best in the age of Qixin. Being able to become a tribulation realm is actually pretty good. But since entering the ancient moon time and space, the realm and chances have been constantly smashed down, and in the faint, these two people have also become the sons of the atmosphere. Jian Wushuang in the tea house has many thoughts. Thinking of Qi Temple, I also thought of extinction. For a time the pressure surged, but at this moment a familiar breath came, directly pushed the door in. It is Fan Tianfeng. This time, she came alone, without an accompanying guard. Jian Wushuang has some differences. He thought that Fan Tianfeng would show up in front of him, but he didn't expect to be so low-key this time. It's a good start. Please. Jian Wushuang turned around from the window and sincerely invited Fan Tianfeng into a seat. The two sat down to each other. Before he could speak, Fan Tianfeng took the lead and said, "What's the matter, right? So happy." Jian Wushuang felt that the person in front of him was nothing like the previous day. Chapter 5762. Seeing Jian Wushuang's slightly suspicious eyes, Fan Tianfeng sneered. "You don't think I really forgot where I came from?" He picked up the teacup and drank it, and then explained the tea. This tea is produced in a small country far away from here. The strong specialize in picking from that small country, and the price is extremely low. But in the stone country it is extremely valuable, and you will spend it by then. No matter how expensive the tea is, it also grows on the ground. Just like Fan Tianfeng, no matter how high his status is now. That also came out of Qishan Temple. How dare you forget? Okay. Jian Wushuang leaped out of joy, and then said, "Since you have said so, then I will not hide it. This time there is indeed something that needs your help." Then he talked about the refining of sword blanks and set it out. By the way, I also talked about the matter of the holy meeting. Since the other party treated each other so frankly, he did not hide it. If you treat me as your own person, you are naturally your own. Jian Wushuang saw it thoroughly. At this time, you need to compare your heart to your heart. Wan Lushenmu. Fan Tianfeng heard that there was no difference, and then shook his head and replied, "I am not interested in this. After a while, I will prepare to retreat. I have already grasped the tribulation realm and become the world's best in a short time. It is not difficult for the Lord, and will bring a group of strong people back." Back here, Jian Wushuang knew where it was. He was going to persuade him. You can see the firm attitude of the other party. Did not say anything more. Now it's better to ask someone to do something and follow it. You don't have to worry about getting rid of the grass and scaring the snake. Fan Tianfeng sneered as if he had penetrated Jian Wushuang's thoughts. This time I return, I will bring the 7 tribulations realm strong, and the ancestors' law bodies will also follow me to the Qishan Temple, which won the extinction is only half a step in the 7th order calamity realm. Even the Temporal Supreme Treasure Extinction Temple can't stop it. Time and space treasure. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. It seems that Fan Tianfeng also knows about the treasure of time and space. There is nothing in Guyu time and space. Those time and space treasures are most likely to be brought out from the heavens by extinction. The extinction comes from the starry sky. Thinking of this, the Guantian chessboard in the origin of Jian Wushuang rose. This treasure may also come from the stars. So it also shows that Xian Yi is also a powerhouse in the starry sky. This makes sense. No wonder Fan Tianfeng was so anxious to go back. I am afraid that the high probability is also to grab the treasure of time and space. At the beginning, True Spirit told Fan Tianfeng that this Qi temple belonged to her after all. Zhan Ling said that to almost everyone. Take it seriously this time. Fan Tianfeng took the strong to go. Killing life is a small matter. To the treasure of time and space is a big deal. Otherwise, it won't bring so many strong people. Even the Dharma body of the flame will go. This flame giant has the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. The magic body of divine power, as long as it is well maintained, has enough divine power, not even inferior to the deity. At the very least, it is also the combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. Maybe it can really get rid of extinction. But if you really want to get rid of extinction, His reincarnation time and space will be out of play. The origin of the starry sky, the time and space of reincarnation. This is the strongest way he can think of. Once he has mastered the reincarnation, he may be able to escape the catastrophe, go directly to a higher level. No, Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of Jiangshang. He also has the power of life, although he doesn't know where it came from. But it has a slightly weaker life force than him. It should not be congenital. Even if it is acquired, if you take a step back from the extinction and swallow Jiangshang, you will be qualified to master samsara. Backhand. Jiangshang is the second player. 1 step to extinction counts as 100 steps. How could it not be considered a future change? This time Fan Tianfeng returned with the strong, with a high probability that he would not succeed. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was not thinking about it. Persuade the other party. I am afraid they will be called jealous. Whoever goes back first and who can defeat extinction will be able to take over the treasures of time and space. This temptation is too great. That is the treasure of time and space spread from the starry sky. 9 core time and space are not necessarily available. Jian Wushuang simply didn't say anything. It's just a reminder to be careful of extinction. It's also a kind words. Here is a letter of recommendation. It is the #1 caster in the Stone Kingdom and the famous caster in ancient Wood Continent, as well as the entire Guyu time and space. It should be enough to build a sword blank for you. Fan Tianfeng handed the recommendation letter to him. Jian Wushuang then added, Don't be too self-righteous. I just feel that the Julian sword is too much an eye. Jian Wushuang smashed his mouth. He hasn't spoken yet, but since it was so direct, he was not welcome anymore. Carefully took the letter of recommendation and included it in the mustard seed. Except for this matter, he found that he didn't seem to have much to say with the other party. After making a few polite remarks at random, Fan Tianfeng has no plans to leave yet. Seeing what the other party said and couldn't say, Jian Wushuang seemed to understand. The other party should look down on the bright things on his body. Also, the beast warrior got on the table. But it is not suitable for Fan Tianfeng. The candle dragon is the beast of gold. Fan Tianfeng is a descendant of the flame god. He has read the catalogue of the flame god. It looks like a 9-legged bird. Anyway, it doesn't match the golden space at all. In addition to the beast soldiers, the treasure on his face was the Jueyun sword. Jueyun the Great. Fan Feng, who was at the time, is also a sister. Think about it, the other party wants the Jueyun sword. No wonder he was so polite when he came. When he heard that he wanted to build a sword blank, he directly recommended the best casting master. So I just wanted this sword. Jian Wushuang drew Jueyun from behind. The source of the upper point was repaired by him, but the crack was still there. Saw him draw a sword. Fan Tianfeng couldn't help but look up. I wanted to act calmly, but after seeing the crack on Jueyun, he stood up and said angrily, How did this sword break? When I was fighting, I hit it right away, and it was broken. Jian Wu was bilingual in pity. Jian has been with him for some time. It can be said that he witnessed the process of getting the emperor. It also assisted him to display the catalogue of the starry sky. He is by far the most powerful kendo method. Nowadays, they are rarely used. It's because Jueyun sword's load capacity is too weak. Sword. Pity. People. What a pity. If the great Emperor Jueyun could recover, he would be a remarkable existence in this era. The most powerful emperor in the entire Guyu time and space, that great priest. It is equivalent to the great Emperor Jun. But the great Emperor Jun was in a small place in the middle reaches of Morua time and space. If it is in Guyu time and space, or within the 9 great time and space, achievement will not weaken him. Seeing Fan Tianfeng so excited, Jian Wushuang was still a little uncomfortable. The two are sisters, but they are also enemies. Why do you care so much now?